Hello everyone, I am Chiring Dorje. I play for team DRS Gaming and my in-game name is DRS Rebel. PMPL South Asia Spring 2022 is going to bring us increased competition, but our team is ready to face every challenges. I would like to thank the sponsors of DRS Gaming and all of you audience for your love and support towards our team. Further support us by joining the live at official PUBG Mobile Esports channel.
Hello everyone, my name is Shreyas and my in-game name is Erangel and my team ElementriX खेल्दा. It has been a tough journey, but we are finally here. So तपाईहरु आएर हामीलाई सपोर्ट गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ, which is in PUBG Mobile को official को YouTube channel मा. So आउनुस् हामीलाई सपोर्ट गर्नुस्. धन्यवाद.
Each new era needs new champions. But to become one needs to rise to the challenges. Persevere through failures. One needs to fuel the inner fire. PMPL South Asia Spring 2022. The dawn of new champions.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Spring Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro, which is going to be out in the market soon, ladies and gentlemen. So grab yourselves the winner chicken dinner with the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Warren Super Johnny John, joined on the desk by, ladies and gentlemen, none other than Ocean Sharma, as we are about to begin day number 2 of the very first Super Weekend. Yesterday, we saw Stalwart Esports picking up the pace with 3 chicken dinners in just one day and securing $3,000 for themselves and doing so as well. Today, Ocean, what do you think? Will the other teams be able to compete or match the same pace, or will they be left behind?
I don't know if they will or if they won't, because I want to see them just compete at the same pace as what Stalwart is doing. See, yesterday it was the day of Stalwart, because in the previous PMPLs, in fact in the PMGC league, we have had this conversation that Stalwart does really good in their league days, but they lag behind in the super weekends. And well, this year, right from the beginning, the Stalwart is something different, something out of the world, that is they're not bluffing with their gameplays. They're just showcasing everything that there is. Their main goal, it is to be in top 16. They be in top 16 now. When it comes down to league super weekends, their main goal is to just have as much amount of money as they can. And by the looks of it, in first day they have $3,000. We have 2 more days, then we have 2 more weeks. Imagine what they can just achieve in that feat.
Exactly. It's going to be super exciting to watch where does Stalwart Esports end up at the end of the last Super Weekend. In fact, the last day of the last Super Weekend. In fact, because as you mentioned, this time they looked completely different, in the sense earlier on when we saw them, they would still be performing really well, but the difference between them and the rest of the competition wasn't this much as it is right now. This time, Stalwart Esports, they have a very big advantage, a 29-point lead at the end of the day, at the end of the first day, and things are only getting started. They will get more and more intense as we move forward, because, ladies and gentlemen, this is the very first Super Weekend, so the party has just begun. Teams yesterday began accumulating, collecting points for the overall leaderboard, and today they're going to continue to do so, tomorrow as well. Then we reset, go back to the league play days, when in the second week all 5 groups, all 20 teams are going to be present once again, playing for the 2 days to qualify for the Super Week, and the process is going to repeat on the third week as well. And at the end of the third week, the top 16 teams in the overall rankings, they get to move forward and compete in the finals.
Definitely. Right now, when we talk about top 16, just for this Super Weekend, we see those names. But then finals might just be a different story. But talking about a different story as well, the overall schedule definitely just points it out. League play week 1, it was over a few days back, and now we are in the Super Weekends, in which Friday was yesterday, and that is done and dusted. Saturday, Sunday, it's today and tomorrow, and then we'll move forward to the League Play Week 2, and then the Super Weekend Affair continues, and then we move on to League Play Week 3, in which the Super Weekend Affair continues again, and 22nd to 24th April, we will be seeing the finals, the grand finals when it comes down to this PMPL right now.
Exactly. I mean, the grand finals are going to be something in themselves, because, again, the top 16 teams, only the top 16 from the Super Weeks will be making it to the other side. But why are these teams competing? I mean, there's, of course, the opportunity to move on to the next stage in the professional circuit, but along with that, there's $150,000, ladies and gentlemen, on the line in the totality of the prize pool, and it has been divided, of course. For every single chicken dinner that you get in the Super Weekends, you get $1,000. Every single chicken dinner. If you make it to the finals, you get an opportunity to compete for more money. If you finish first in the finals, you get $10,000. You finish second, you get $6,500. You finish third, you get $5,000. You guys get it. I mean, the prize pool keeps on dropping the lower you finish in the rankings. But just qualifying for the finals guarantees money. Making it to the league stages, $2,500 is guaranteed. And yeah.
Johnny, yesterday, Stalwart has enough money that is right at the 8th position.
Exactly.
Just think about it. They have chance of more. Imagine if them just earning more money than the first position. I don't know, but I want to imagine that right now.
Yeah. Exactly, because I mean, earlier on, there was this concern that there was not enough priority being given to the league stages, not enough priority for the league play days. Well, now there is a priority, because if you do not make it to the Super Weekends and you fail to get those chicken dinners in the Super Weekend, doesn't matter if you even finish first in the finals. You only get $10,000 plus the additional $2,500 for attending the league stages. So your prize pool is going to be very small compared to the teams who did very well during the league stages. So that is, I think, one thing that teams need to focus on. The point structure is in front of us right now. Everyone knows about this. Finish first, you get 15. Finish second, you get 12. Finish third, you get 10, and so on. 13 to 16, you get none, and every single elimination, you get 1 point extra. But now let's talk about the team. Steel Esports is the team that's closest to Stalwart Esports, but even they are 29 points behind.
As of now, yes. Seal, IHC, Phantom, guys. These are the a few names that we are just seeing right now in the Super Weekend. As you'll see, the Super Weekend names are just out here, and just like you said, there is a point difference definitely in the first and second position. In fact, first, second, third, there are differences that are just presented here and there. But then again, we'll have to understand whatever happens, whatever goes on. At the end, you have to get your own points, and well, overall in the story, you have to be in top 16 as well, because that's where you'll be moving on to the grand finals. But before all those things happen, definitely, right now, every chicken dinner. That means a team that's at the last position. If you get a chicken dinner, nothing else, but you'll be getting those $1,000 at least for yourself.
Well, definitely, and I mean, it is going to be quite intense to see how the competition is going to go about for those $1,000. But moving on to the next page, I think over on this side of things, I think Vibes Esports is the only team that has sort of showcased what they have and what they have to offer basically inside of the matches, since they have made it to the top 3 already. Raw Esports, we saw them struggle. We saw Venom Legends struggling quite a lot yesterday. 1952, I mean, the performance has not at all improved since the league stages. They are still on the 15th position after the 5 games they played yesterday. They just only have 10 points. That 2 points per match is the average that's going on for 1952, and that is not good at all.
Not at all, definitely not at all. But right now, they would have to just get more and more points for themselves. Maybe today, then again, we'll see. Vibes, another team that we have high expectations from. Raw, I mean, Raw, you remember yesterday's Erangel's match, that was just quite something. The middle Erangel in which Seal got the chicken, and Raw was just there, right around the corner. And now if we talk about the other team, Savages, ElementriX, Skylightz Gaming, DRS. I mean, Skylightz has definitely got a Sanhok in their banks right now. Talking about banks, obviously $1,000 that they got. But then again, they'll have to compete in the other matches as well, in the other maps as well. That's where the Mongolian domination is staying. I don't know what is happening with Stalwart. Wherever they sit, the circle comes to them. It looks like they have some sort of a magnet that just snatches the zone when it comes down to Erangel especially.
I mean, you are the one who said you had a conversation with the coach and the support staff of Stalwart Esports. I think you might have given them way too many hints on how to predict the zones, Ocean. It's your fault now. You revealed your secrets, and Stalwart is using that to perfection. I think so as far as the matches are concerned, if I'm being very serious, I think they got extremely lucky with the circles yesterday, especially in the first 2 Erangels, because there is no way anyone would have predicted, all right, it's all going to be southern shifts, right? There is no way you could have anticipated that. And Stalwart Esports, they got extremely lucky. But along with being lucky, you have to give them credit that when the fates gave them the advantage, they utilized that advantage to its perfection. They did not allow the moment to slip out of their hands, and they seized it quite nicely. I think that is why Stalwart Esports, they deserve that first position that they have on the rankings. But we would like to see the competition get a little bit more heated up, and that is why I think Skylightz Gaming yesterday were a little bit quiet. They were trying to understand, especially on Erangels. I think they struggled quite a lot, because the 3 out of 3 Erangels, none of them really went well for them. The best performance on Erangel yesterday was finishing on the 7th place and getting 4 eliminations, which is not at all good considering it is Skylightz Gaming that we are talking about. So I think today, Skylightz Gaming, we're going to see them re-energized, revitalized, and a lot stronger than they were yesterday. That is what I hope for them. Otherwise, I think IHC Esports, they are in the similar boat. I think IHC, they need to understand it's high time that they stop playing for those elimination points and get some placement points along with those.
It's always a thing with this team, right? They like to go more and more for those elimination points for themselves.
Look at Seal as well.
They like it. And Seal talking about them, 27-41 coming down for Seal. And it looks like there are not a lot of teams that have high elimination points as compared to their placement points. Not even the first team, that is Stalwart, they have less elimination points as compared to their placement points. But look at this. JyanMaara, they have high elimination points, but they have overall low points. And that's something they'll have to change. 1952 as well. I don't know. Savage, what happened to this team?
Savage Esports is very savage. I mean, I know
No,
what's happening.
you should
to
not
them.
be this savage.
Yeah, so they need to learn to show a little bit respect to the competition. That is, I think, what I need to see from Savage Esports, because their entire game plan revolves around the same thing that we see IHC do in their past. We have seen Seal Esports is doing the same thing right now. That is basically just running into those fights and trying to get those elimination points as quickly as possible in every single team fight. But the problem arises in the fact with Savage Esports that every single time they try and take those 4v4s, they are always in a completely 4v4, while Seal Esports, they sort of prioritize the fact that, all right, if we are going to target a team, they need to be distracted. They need to be a part of an already ongoing fight. That way, Seal Esports has a much higher probability of converting more number of points in that fight. It's not a complete 50-50. It's not a coin flip. It's like a 70-30 fights that Seal Esports engages, while Savage Esports, they always run into those 50-50s. And to be fair, they always have a 50-50 sort of probability of coming out on top. Either we see them play like absolute gods and destroy the competition, or they get a whooping on themselves and they get eliminated. So I think today, if the Erangel specifically goes Savage Esports' way, I think we can definitely see the team climb up from the 13th position that they're on to somewhere inside the top 10 at least. Not even the top 10, somewhere easily inside the top 6 or the top 5. But they have to perform on those Erangels.
Look at this. This is brilliant. I mean, you see Scry's low elimination numbers, but then you see his average survival time. It's just, it's like he's also the one who's getting those pointers for the team when it is needed in terms of, surviving and all those things. But then, Action, finally, at the end of the day, Action is getting more eliminations than Top. We know Top Action, they have a friendly thing going on where they just, have their own competition, but then again, we all just, love to see all those things just coming down and out. Pika is a brilliant player when it comes down to the maps like Miramars and all, and they definitely just, like to perform. But then again, these players, these players are just, they are a new league right now.
Yeah. These players are in a league of their own, and again, as you mentioned, we did see Scry and Pika, both of them sort of step up when the team needed them, but Action was the show stealer yesterday. Even though Top is not too far behind compared to his own teammate, his own colleague, Action was definitely a big show stealer yesterday for Stalwart Esports. The first Erangel, the Miramar after that, and the last Erangel of the day as well. We did see them take a dip on the second map when their hat-trick opportunity was there. But if one Mongolian team falls, the next one rises, and Seal Esports went on to secure a very big chicken dinner in that match, which was very impressive from their side as well. And I think, again, so as we said, Stalwart Esports and Seal Esports seem to be competing for the top right now. I think today we're going to see Skylightz Gaming and along with them IHC or Vibes step into the mix.
This is good. If Skylightz competes, we know IHC will definitely compete because they have their own rivalry that just goes on forward. But then again, just like you said, right? They'll compete. Definitely, everyone wants to compete. But I want to see which would be that team, if there is any, that topples Stalwart for the first position. Even if it's for one match, I want to see a team's name just toppling Stalwart, because that will enrage Stalwart's player more and more to perform better, even better.
That happened yesterday. That happened when Seal Esports, after the third game, took the first position away. And, well, Stalwart Esports, they did return with quite a vengeful sort of streak in the last game. But now let's have a look at the team that has been sort of quite quiet, I have to say, till now. JyanMaara, 7 points in the 5 games.
Oh, JyanMaara, this team, look at this snipe. No Fear, they're definitely doing pretty good, for themselves. No Fear, in his damage stats, is on par with Stalwart's Action, to be honest. Both have like 3,000 plus damage for themselves, which is really good, to be honest. But right now, it's like the other players, Suzanne and Gunnar. Suzanne definitely tried to have a decent fight for themselves. Remember when the players almost, like it was Deadeyes Guys, I guess they were taking fight against Deadeyes Guys or something, and the players almost got DC'd or something. I don't know what was happening in those situations, but then again, the region overall, it seems like, in fact, JyanMaara seems like not exactly struggling, but then again, they are trying to hunt, and sometimes they're getting hunted in return. Look at this situation.
Well, this was quite unfortunate for them. And again, I think even in that fight, a lot could have happened, a lot could have been converted from JyanMaara, but yesterday was not really their day. And I think we know these lads, No Fear, Suzanne, Snipe, Gunner, they are veterans in their own right. They've been part of the competition and they know the opposition quite nicely, I might add. But again, quite an unfortunate start to how they thought their league stages would go, and it has not really developed over time as well. I mean, when they started off the very first day, the 4 matches, they were off right off the bat, a strong performance delivered, but then they come in the next day of the league play days, not really there. Look at the average point score per match, it's barely crossing 10, not even close to 10. I think it's barely even crossing 5 at certain point, and the story continues till now. Points per match, barely hitting 5 points per match. I think, yeah, so JyanMaara, a lot needs to happen for this team to actually stand a chance of competing when the other 4 teams return next week. Otherwise, if JyanMaara are anywhere under the 70-point marker, I think they're going to be in a world of trouble, and pressure is going to be on them to qualify one way or the other for the next week and make sure that their spot in the finals does not go away. Let's have a look at the schedule and see what the schedule is going to be for today. And surprise, surprise, it's the same as tomorrow. Yesterday, sorry.
Yeah, and tomorrow as well. I mean, if we just talk about it like this, so talk in terms of spoiler. But then again, Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel. So many Erangels, only one Miramar, only one Sanhok. That's the storyline. That's the bottom line. Stone Cold said it. I know. But well, Erangel is something that just comes out here for the first game. Erangel will be there for the last game as well. Map chance. Stalwart still has this higher probability of winning it up for themselves. But then there are lots and lots of factors, boys and girls. First things first, flight path. Second thing coming up is obviously the circle, how the circle forms. Or if the circle is maybe a western circle or some other shifts, and also will Stalwart be, because yesterday we saw that Perry Pierce circle and Stalwart struggled in that Erangel to just get their position onto that side. So I don't want to see if they have cracked that code. Otherwise, I don't think so. Stalwart needs to do anything else. I mean, they are enjoying it, but well, maybe if they want more and more money for themselves, they'll definitely go for more and more money, and they would like to have those games in a good chicken in a sense so that they can get more money.
I mean, it is going to be quite a lot about that sweet moolah that's there for Stalwart to secure. And again, I think the priority for them is, in fact, the $1,000, along with securing those points to make it to the finals. But think about it this way, right? You finish first in the finals, as we explained earlier, you only get $10,000. You have 15 matches in a super weekend. Out of those 15, there are 3 weeks, by the way. So that's what, 45 matches
45
in total.
matches,
out of those 45, if you even manage to secure seven matches somehow, 7 or 8 matches, that's $8 grand, $8,000 right
Johnny,
then and there.
Our PMPL record is actually 7 chicken dinners. I want to see someone break it. Exactly. I want to see someone get 8 chicken dinners, to be honest. That's a PMPL record. If that happens, then that's going to be one of the things as well, if we talk about it. So that also, guarantees $8,000 as well. And Stalwart right now is just 5 matches shy.
I mean, it's going to be an impressive feat if they actually manage to accomplish that. And it's going to be very exciting to watch when exactly that will happen. But along with that, I think Stalwart Esports, they're going to be quite concerned about the fact that Esports is getting quite close to them as well. And I think Esports, they will try to match Stalwart's feat. We know Esports, they have a history of doing phenomenally well for the first week itself. And well, ladies and gentlemen, the player cams are here. We see everyone all set, ready and prepared for the action, and that means that the plane is going to be in front of us in a few short moments, and we're about to begin, ladies and gentlemen, the very first Erangel of day number 2, Super Weekend 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is going to be the first game of the day, and well, by the looks of it, everyone definitely looks ready. All but one though, because I see one cam that's blacked out. But then again, that doesn't matter. All you have to do is make your opponent black out in the game, because this is today's first game of Erangel, as the flight path is going to be in front of us really soon. All the players are definitely ready. And by the looks of it, this flight path starts from Query and moves to the sides of Lipovka. Yasnaya is going to be a pretty good area. Pochinki as well. Milta, will have to see how players drop down. But then again, this is from where I'm pretty sure Stalwart can definitely go to Novo Repnoi.
Well, let's see. I mean, Novo Repnoi is definitely going to be within reach for the team, but What about the rest of the lads, and where will the circle be this time? Because even yesterday, the Erangel that we saw Stalwart Esports struggle in a bit was the game where the circle was on the northern side of the map. Otherwise, if we have southern circles today, Ocean, I think this is again going to be a Stalwart Esports day. But let's talk about the other teams. Look at where Skylightz Gaming is headed. They're dropping along with the lads of IHC.
Yeah, they definitely are just dropping down to those areas we just talk about it. And well, it looks like, by the looks of it, these players would definitely just want to have a good place for themselves. I don't know. Maybe someone would take a vehicle and just go away, because I remember Skylightz, they like to drop to the northern side of George Pole, and IHC goes to the southern side. That is the exact George Pole. That's where they would just want to drop. But then again, Mr. Stark, I just don't feel good about this. Oh! Alright. I see. Just going with that coupe. I thought he had a Lambo, but then again, no. Just going with that coupe. Now to the side houses where he thinks he's gonna find a good loot, maybe to start up. Alright, finding a few weapons here and there. Has an Uzi, which is good, but hey,
the distance.
Come on, using that Uzi as an auto bolt. Actually, I know what are you going for, but then again, they've taken down the Skjalson with that M16. Just response, and that too on something of a no scope or an ADS. That's all.
I mean, so technically a no scope. I mean, there wasn't an attachment or anything on that M16. Yeah, technically you are correct. But yeah, he did in fact use the iron sight. Yeah, technically yes, but no.
So many memes coming up to the minds right now. But well, again, IHC, the gods are falling down, and will Skylightz capitalize on that? That's the question, Johnny, as Nima is going to be an Uber driver right now. Right, this Uber driver just rams up.
Not a good one.
Now, yeah, not a good one. Now he's picking up Galson. All teammates are coming up with him as well, probably. Are they going to go for the finish? That's my question. Or are they going to move away? By the looks of it, I don't know, it looks like they're coming in the same direction right now, as the revival has happened on IC and he's just moving forward. But Skylight's players, they have dropped down. Do they have enough weapons? That's the question. Nima is moving away to the other side. Now they heard that Lambo. They know someone's moving away. They know about it. So they know the player has been revived. The player is going away. But then again, if they find someone or will take up the fight, no, it looks like they are not engaging anymore. A good decision. Wise decision from both the teams.
Well, it is a wise decision to disengage in the early situation. And again, the moment Skylightz Gaming got that first knock, I think even they knew that the distance between the two lads was quite a lot compared to it's just the early game fight within the first 3 minutes, and you don't have enough utility to take on his teammates if they are going to be present there with extra weapons on themselves. Information which the lads from Skylightz Gaming did not have, so they did go in fact for a much safer, much smarter approach right now. But we know it is IHC that they have enraged now. And as soon as I think IC is back on his feet, maybe IHC Esports are going to start looking around for the lads of Stalwart and see if they can hunt them down. As we do see Godless and Alex on our screens in their beautiful green Lamborghini. Just cruising around the map, have reached the hospital area, are still looking to loot. On Alex, we just see the helmet and the 5 bandages. That's it.
They're gonna make another coupe into a green Lambo, but then I love it. I want to ask the audience though, which Lambo do they love the most? If they can just talk about it in the comment sections, because there's this thing, right? The green Lambo, it's a good one, but it's a basic one, and then there's another Lambo that just comes up with once you just go for it in the coupe, and that's kind of a greenish blue tint Lambo. And if you have that, trust me, I've tried everything. I'm not getting that as of now, but if you have that, you can even just get the animation of your jumps, just like we see people just jumping up with the Koenigsegg egg and all. That Lambo is just a brilliant Lambo, to be honest. I love it, but then I don't know, I've spent like too much.
Rich guy, huh? At what point, Ocean, will you just start calling yourself Bruce Wayne now?
Till I'll go into a restaurant and then I'll just have that thing. I own the place, something like that.
Yeah, just buy a bank at this point, I guess.
I own the bank. What is it like? I mean, what is it? Wait. No, I own the bank. How is that? How is that?
I think we just need to roughen up the voice a little bit more. We'll work on that. We'll work on that. We have the entire month basically to do that. But yeah. just try to incorporate in the
Guys, don't
commentating as
worry. No
well.
one
Yeah.
else was casting. That was just my Bruce Wayne impression. That was a terrible Bruce Wayne impression, to be honest. But then, I own quite a lot of things, just like my place in your heart, guys. Thank you.
Apart
So,
from
let's talk about
everything
this
apart from a bat suit, I guess.
Technically, I have 2 Batmobiles. I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. I own 2 Batmobiles. I can
But
show
not a
you.
bat suit. We're talking about a bat suit right
Yeah,
now.
but I have two proper working Batmobiles in my home.
Do you not own a utility belt?
I have a belt. It's only utilities to keep my pants together. I guess that's the most utility that you can just get out of a belt.
Well, alrighty. I mean, we are gonna stop having this conversation now because I
We're going
mean,
too deep in conversations.
Yeah,
guys. I mean, come on. Let's just talk about the game that is in front of us. Really
this-
sorry. I apologize to all the DC fans. I mean, really sorry about that, but still, Marvel's better. So yeah, let's talk about the game that's in front of us. You know, the players are moving up from the sidelines of Miltaz. They have to get inside the circle, and obviously that's important as well. DRS, this team is trying to get pretty good positions for themselves. I love this DRS as well. I mean, we have seen this team under a different name previously, Johnny. They have just, they have surprised us with us with the brilliant gameplays in the previous seasons. And to be honest, I love it. But this DRS, I don't know, it's not like they're feeling pressure, but it's like everyone in the lobby is adapting really good.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Everyone has adapted because yesterday, one of the most common mistake that teams were making was getting caught out in the open, getting caught out rotating super early when they did not need to at all. Not assessing whether they have incentives to rotate or pick fights and just doing so for the sake of it, rotating for the sake of it. So that is something that I think a priority check is definitely needed for the teams to assess exactly what they need to do and what can be left, what is not a priority and can be delayed a little bit further. But so far in this match, I mean, one thing that has happened is someone has been picked off super early in the game. We are down to 63 players, 16 teams surviving. And we have Train to Kill on our screens right now. The only lad yesterday that did super well for T2K was Legend. He was absolutely phenomenal, going berserk in those team fights, securing extra points, extra placement points. I mean, you remember the 1v2 on Miramar yesterday from Legend. I mean, reminded us of the good old days of T2K when we saw them in the second season of PMPL. And I think they need to go back to that form. That is what I want to see.
It's like, you can play in your old form, but the best part is that in this game, everyone evolves with each and every match. It's something like, your hand gets warmer and warmer as deep you go in the game every day. First game you're playing, it's decent. Second game you're playing, it's a bit better. Third game you're playing, it's even better. Because you're getting that mindset going on, right? And same goes for these teams and the players season by season. Because you're playing not exactly though, but still, I mean, quite against each and every single team that you have played in the previous season. And then not exactly because there are a few new names, but then there are those names as well, the veterans that are just coming back again and again. So that just creates a lot of difference. And now the circle moves up. Look at this where Stalwart is right now. I want to see how they rotate. They have 2 points of rotation. One is from the left-hand side. That would be a wider rotation. The other one is a right-hand side rotation. And that just, comes onto my mind. And look at this, Johnny. No casualties happen as of now. Savage is with 3 players.
Alrighty, so there are no casualties. No one was picked up early. It's just
Savage.
one team with 3 lads. And again,
savage.
you and I were having this conversation before even the show went live. This was an off-camera, off-the-air conversation as to what was happening with the lads from Savage Esports. I mean, these lads were very good a few years ago, and I think from the competitive circuit of the Mongolian scene for a little while, but now they have returned. So I think they are going to take their sweet time to adjust again to the level of competition, because now every single team is very good. There's barely any difference. Like, few small mistakes we've seen, like one missed shot lead to teams getting finished off. That's how close things have been. Like, you miss one opportunity and your entire squad is getting wiped out. That's, I think, the level of competition that is there right now. And look at that, 7C Esports in a world of hurt. Seal Esports have found their first target, and JyanMaara and DRS, that's an interesting fight that's about to begin.
That has begun already as Snipe is down. by rules. And look at that buggy. It's done as well as one of the tires. The Sanhok got burst down. Now JyanMaara has 3 players onto the back lines, and DRS, well, they're trying to just, encircle the entire area. Although Gunnar has a place from where he can just, move out if he wants to. Delta, Reaper, they have all good areas for themselves, but the important question is if they'll be able to just end up this fight in their favor or not. Meanwhile, Seal on the other side just trying to move up on the other players of 7C. As Precious is pretty close to Demo, and Demo has a nade. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He throws it up in a good place right now, and the nade definitely hits down on Precious, who's on low HP, 50% bad rave. On the other side, it looks like the name's changed and his HP is low in the situation. But another nade coming up on Precious, who will heal up right now. 32 bullets will make it 40. He is in a highly tense situation.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to get more and more intense with every second that passes by. 7C Esports right now quite distracted with the lads from Seal Esports in the front lines. And Badrev, he's completely pinned down. He's trying to protect his teammate Precious from getting pressed upon, but Precious, he just has a very small ridge that he's using for cover. 7C Esports, they're playing this fight to the best of their ability. So what they're trying to do is wrap around against the lad of Seal Esports and trying to press them, trying to put pressure from 2 different directions so that the firepower that they're facing, it gets split up. And Seal Esports, it will be much easier for them to take them down. But since Precious was taken out with a wonderful nade that was lobbed from the lads of Seal Esports, Badrev and his other teammate, they're going to be forced to just abandon this position and then move on to another direction and find some other place that they can call home for the next few minutes inside of the game.
Let's see what happens in all of these situations, as now Seals players are trying to move forward as well. They have had a good fight against 7C, obviously 2 eliminations in their favor, and now they're trying to find up a good area, and also the circle shift is definitely happening. All right, that's not how the car works, and that car won't work anymore probably, but still they're trying to find up a decent area for themselves. Looks like they have the edge of the circle right now, and that vehicle needs to be taken to good condition. Yep, it is fixed now. It's time to move forward probably, but then in this airdrop we see an AWM.
Well, the first airdrop, I think we're still waiting to see if anyone has recovered that, but the second one, the AWM, and also I think the prank that the gods of PUBG Mobile like to play on people, there's the extended quick draw mag for the assault rifles in there with the level 3 kit. And oh, look at this, Raw. I mean, we saw them in a bit of a pickle against 1952, but it looks like they're trying to slow things down. They've already secured 1 elimination point for themselves, but they do not want to press this against the remaining lads of 1952 as they have left them behind. They are on towards solid cover now in the squad house. But since they know the position of the opposite team, they can, in fact, try and go for the fight. But look at IHC. They are here. How dare you run away, 7C Esports? How dare you walk away from the fight? Aku and Badrev, IHC are here to secure the points that were left behind, the 2 extra elimination points that are going to be theirs eventually. Alex, Azriol, Godless, look at the lads lining up the utility. Aku got barely dodging the Molotov that was tossed right in front of him, but the nade is going to dish out a lot of damage. Utility being exchanged from every single direction, and Aku barely managing to survive. But what was that? Was that a shot? And yes, it was, in fact, from the lads of Vibes, who are looking to third party on this fight.
They have a good place for themselves, and they'll definitely just, want to get all those confirmations. Badrev on the other side is all alone. We'll see him. Please, somebody see him. All right, now they do an IHC. They eliminate the first squad, that is 7C Esports. Not a good start for the team, but then again, we'll be hoping that the other games that will be coming, they should be good for them. But then again, right now, ElementriX is trying to find up a good area for themselves. Meanwhile, all right, ElementriX is moving on to the players of Raw, who are in a trouble situation now, as Sus is pretty close. He has spotted on Kazi, and Kazi will be taken down by some other player from ElementriX, though, onto the back lines, and Sus would be on the finishes. And now Assault is moving forward as well. It seems like Raw will have to move out of this fight, but will they be able to be safe? That's the question.
I think it's definitely not going to be easy for them. And Assault, look at him. The blue is going to take him out. Mama God trying to run away, trying to see if he can find an escape option for himself and his teammate to survive this situation. But the blue is going to dish out a lot of damage. Plus, I think the next one as well is going to keep them in a bit of a pickle. How much healing utility do they have? That is the question that I have right now, because we see those two first aid, we see those bandages right there, but will they be enough? Because they are in the shooting range, and you have to sort of take into account the fact that even if you get to this the edge of the circle, you will not have a say entry. You will be delayed. You have to take that into account, and if you're not planned for it, I think then raw we will see them getting eliminated early on in this game.
Yeah, probably that might just happen. But then again, we'll see. We'll see. We'll talk about it, obviously, when we'll see how the fights are going to be just, happening and moving forward. But right now, DE is looking pretty good as they are facing the Goliaths. Top was taken down by the Deadeyes Guys. That just, leaves Stalwart in a bit of a troubling situation, although action was just out there as well. Look at this, as the Deadeyes Guys' players were taking different fights. 1952, they are trying to move forward, but then again, this was not a good way to mark up a superhero landing for yourself.
Yeah, quite an unfortunate start for 1952, but at least they're not going to take an exit. The first exit out of the game. They still have individuals surviving for themselves, but Killer YT, oh, he's going to be thanking his graces. He's still alive, just out in the open like that. But Stalwart Esports, we see them in a world of hurt, as Pika is going to be taken out by the lad of Phantoms, and IHC are stuck out in the open, taking the firefight against the lads of Vibes, who have a high ground advantage and are barely on the edge of the circle. While IC and Zeus, they try to push forward. Zeol and his teammate, Alex, they were left behind to provide some additional cover fire for their teammates' rotation. But now, Godless, as he tried to find his way in, will be in fact knocked out on his knees now. So quite a struggle for IHC as well in this game.
Quite a lot. DE on the other side, just still trying to put down lots and lots of pressure as it comes on. Look at where 7C was in the overall rankings, right? Obviously, they might just, feel the wrath of Raw, DRS, the teams that are just behind them, as they would want to just, move forward in all of these situations. But then again, will they be able to? That's the question. Obviously, they would want to get more and more placement points for themselves by the end of the day. And right now, Stal was taking a fight against DRS. That looks like a good fight as a good nade comes down. Pikas on half of that HP bar that he had, and Scry is the last one surviving, so obviously he cannot be saved. This is not looking like a good start for Stalwart, as Scry is just trying to move forward. He has spot down Rules. Will he be able to take down Rules already? Yes, he does, but Killer has full HP. Killer is moving from the other side, although Rules is done, but Killer, he goes down as well from the other side. Lots and lots of fights happening as Savage, only they have 3 players, but still they want to fight.
Well, this is not looking good for them. Venom Legends, they do find a few good pickups for themselves as well. But look at this now. Deadeyes Guys totally zoned in on the opposition that are trying to escape from this position. And Deadeyes Guys, they're going to have a fun time shooting down the cliff. But on the other side, Train to Kill going up against the lads of 1952. 1952, they have already lost 1 player, so they need to be extremely careful. But Venom Legends, when their rotation is complete, they pick up a fight instantly against the lads of DRS, finding a very important knock onto Reaper, and he has been finished off as well. Now Delta is the last player remaining for the lads of DRS, and he is outside the circle on the exits of the city of Rozok, on the outside compounds, and it is going to be very difficult for him to make it to the shoreline of the river and the circle. Look at this. This is ElementriX's game. This has to be their chicken dinner.
Well, we'll see. We will see, definitely, as for how they have that position, but will they be able to have the game? I mean, there are so many teams. Look at Skylightz on from the back lines, can actually take these players down. Vibes, they can just move from the sidelines of Phantom. They can try and take up that fight, and then they try to move forward. We'll have to see what happens. And meanwhile, whilst all these things are happening, you see where Raw is, right? You saw their positioning. I mean, only 1 player surviving still is trying to just find up a good area for himself. Mama God, as you can just see him. Venom Legends players, they're also trying to move forward from around the circle. We'll have to see if that just gets to a good affairs. As first things first, DE is trying to take down Legendo, who barely manages to survive. But what happened? All right, Seal from the other side takes down Suyog.
Well, Seal on the other side, I think it is going to be quite interesting, as T2K has started to pick them apart. Jane from the side of T2K going on a domination right now. So 4 eliminations have been secured as Seo gets knocked out. Legend and Jane are all that remains for a few moments for the side of Train to Kill. And well, the buggy, they have gone for a temporary cover that has been created with the buggy being exploded right there. But how long will that be enough? That is the question right now. IHC, an unfortunate elimination on the 12th position. Definitely not what they were hoping for. But look at Mama God has taken down Dictator. Now is super low. Steel Shot will have an easy pickup right here. And he secures it. But now Venom Legends, they have been pinned down. Wexy from Venom Esports has found an opening. Rafat is going to be knocked and finished. There's one lad knock quite close to the shack. So if one good grenade gets lobbed in that direction, that's going to be it to finish off Venom Legends. Vibes on the other side. Look at them going at it against the players of Skylightz Gaming and managing to finish off two of those lads will definitely give Vibes a massive advantage in those team fights. And Ocean, what a start to this day. The teams that were not looking so hot yesterday are doing a phenomenal job right now. Joker, even though he is knocked out, if he manages to make it close to his teammate, we will be back on his feet. And Vibes, they're going to be 4-man strong right now. Look at him getting carried. His teammates. Now that is some brotherly love right there from the lads of Vibe, not willing to leave their teammates behind at any cost. Getting him to safety and giving him the revive is going to be a priority. So Vibes making sure that the 4-man remains strong, but will that be so easy to pull off now? That is the question.
Well, survival of the fittest. That's the name of the game right now, and that's what players are trying to do. Meanwhile, DE, they have been eliminated on 8th position. 7 teams remaining, 20 players alive. T2K, SG, with just one player, well, in the situation. Gyalzen is the last one surviving. The team has no eliminations, and Gyalzen is barely surviving as well. His second last first aid. Then he has 6 energy drinks. We'll definitely want to go for those. But then again, his entry inside the circle, that's questionable right now. He has to spot down a few players. If he can. Legend on the other side, 90 degree. Might as well just change down a few things. You're jumping. That just, my friend, just diminishes your footsteps. But, well, you are seen. And 90 degree, where are you shooting? You had the chance, but then you gave it away. One. In this situation now, Gyalzen is trying to do something. Look at this, though. Malik is, I mean, players are down one by one. This nade might as well just change quite a lot of things, but well, it's pushing out Gyalzen right now. Malik is on the revive. Ryu is just out there. Gyalzen, if he just peeks, he can take down 2 players in this situation. Although that zone damage, he'll have to understand that the circle is going to damage him a lot. Evil Eye on the other side taking down fight against T2K's Legend, who's just, taking down one player from 90 to 52. That was 90 degree. Now he's moving back to his own teammates. This game might as well just be T2K's. We'll have to see what happens. Meanwhile, while all these things are happening, Gyalzen is trying to find his way around the zone, 40 meters.
Well, at least he's still surviving, right? If Gyalzen somehow managed to find a way within the top 3, I think that's the best case scenario for Skylightz Gaming right now. And since the lads of Phantoms and 1952 are also getting picked upon, I think it's not going to be that difficult for Gyalzen to actually make it into the top 4 at least, a bare minimum. Look at Vibes. Jiggle has been taken down. Mr. Yozu doing a phenomenal job with the Mini 14 in his hands. Switches over to the Scar right now, stepping outside the house, but Gyalzen, he has been spotted out, down to 50% HP. And Skylightz Gaming, it looks like they're going to be the world of trouble, but one extra point being secured by Gyalzen before he's shown the exit. And, well, still no one has gone for that final pick on the lads of Skylightz Gaming. Train to Kill on the other side will be destroyed with the nades coming in from the lads of ElementriX. An important elimination for them. 5 teams, 12 players, still surviving. Skylightz Gaming still holding strong, but ElementriX with a proper man advantage. All 4 players present in the lobby. Gyalzen finally shut down by Vibes after such a long struggle against him. But they do manage the exit. Vibes, they have been eliminated as well. And Ocean, look at the top 3. Look at the top 3 ones. It's ElementriX, it's Phantom, and it is 1952.
I want to see the zone. As ElementriX, they have 1 player. I want to see the zone. If the zone is not on them, oh, it's troubling. It's tricky. It's terrifying for ElementriX. How will they mark their place inside the circle? Although the nades are going to the back sides. Obviously, they want to cook those nades in its perfection. But ElementriX's movement inside the circle, it is still questionable right now. They have given up the revive to the teammate, but then will they be able to move? I mean, they have 1 team. In fact, a few players behind them, a few players in front of them. It might just be really tricky. They are trying to go for Evil Eye, but then Evil Eye is not in that position. Although he's been spotted down, he's been taken down, but Mad Max is trying to go for that elimination. He gets it. 1952 is done for, and we are down to a 4v3 in which ElementriX, well, they have to cover the distance for the circle.
Well, let's see. I mean, Slipknot, his position is compromised. Insus can definitely go for the pickup. Shots fired on the buggy. Slipknot on solo HP will be able to make it behind the cover. And now, since he has the Ridge, he should be able to heal up the teammates in the backlines. They need to provide proper cover fire. This nade being lobbed will secure the knock for ElementriX. And all of a sudden, Phantoms, they find themselves stuck in a 4v2 situation. Mad Max, his position is compromised. Vexy's spot is gone, completely revealed to the lads of ElementriX. Liquid trying to secure the extra elimination points. ElementriX over now, they are getting very greedy, Ocean. They are exposing themselves to the lads of Phantom Esports, and every single time they go for those heals, they're wasting critical time that they need to use to move inside towards the center of the circle. The smokes have been deployed. Look at Inkas. He has been knocked out. Liquid not too far away from his own teammate will pop off the boosters, but will he be able to secure the fight? The 2v2 is here finally. Mad Max pushing forward. He has been targeted. Mr. Yozu almost getting the knock. Will not be able to secure it. Vexy goes for the nade lob, but will not be able to hit the target now. Down to 50% HP. It's a 1v2 situation right now. Phantoms in a world of trouble, but if this nade lands perfectly, it's all done and dusted for ElementriX. It's gone for a toss, and well, Inkas has been finished off. Mr. Yozu, Sus and Liquid. It's a 1v3 situation, while Phantoms, they go for a revive. ElementriX, they have regrouped and they're prepared for the finish of this game, ladies and gentlemen.
Where is the circle going? Alright, it's moving away from ElementriX again already. There's on ElementriX if they just don't talk about it, but right now, Phantom, they'll have to understand they are in a lot of trouble. Obviously, the zone is not for them. They'll have to go for the fights. If anything, the nade damage is definitely happening onto the players. And now, Vexy will be down. Mad Max is the last one surviving. Will he be able to take the fight? That's the question as Mr. Yozu is moving forward. This time, it comes from ElementriX. It comes for ElementriX as ElementriX gets a brilliant winner with a chicken for themselves. It was not easy. They had the players, they had the zone, but then again, they got the fight, and now they are down to 8th rank with $1,000 in their bank.
What a start to the second day, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, it has always been said that day number 2 in any tournament, it is a day of comebacks, and well, it is so true right now, because look at the top 3 from this match itself. It was 1952, a team that had 10 points in total in the 5 matches that they played yesterday. They got 12 for placements and 10 for placements itself in this match, and they have a decent number of eliminations as well. So 1952 is going to be there. ElementriX was on the 14th position before this game. They made it to the top 8. They were on 17 points, grand total 17 points after the 5 matches that they played yesterday. And ElementriX in this match, they did a phenomenal job securing a good number of eliminations and the chicken dinner itself as well. Vibes on the other side, super consistent. Top 3 yesterday, and today top 2. So Vibes I'm happy about, but the rest of the Titans, Stalwart Esports fell early, Seal fell early, IHC weren't able to do anything in this game, Skylightz Gaming fell off early with just 1 point secured. So quite a surprise, but if this is going to happen, I love this.
Well, the way it is going on, I'm pretty sure, we have a lot to talk about, Johnny.
Yeah, we do have a lot to talk about, but before that, we'll take a very short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
It's a bang, you know my name.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we said before we went off the break, that the day has started off in the most bizarre way you could have
Yeah.
imagined. I mean, the first game very intense, very close finish, and very entertaining to watch. But what is going to happen as we move on to the second game? We are about to find out what's going to happen in the second match. But before that, we have to look at the stats for this one as well, ladies and gentlemen. And again, I think. Ocean, who do you think is going to be the MVP for this game? Because we did not see any individual or notice any individual going for very high number of frags as far as it was concerned. This one was more of a team affair.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's the thing, right? If you talk about MVP, I'm assuming it would be someone with maybe 3-4 eliminations, with
Yeah.
high damage points. Probably. Let's have a look at the MVP. Just as we're talking about it. I mean, if I was gonna talk about an individual player, we saw Gyalzin surviving for so long, but then he did
Yep.
not have much elimination. So that's the one thing. But ElementriX had pretty good fights. In fact, Phantoms players had pretty good fights
Yeah.
for themselves. So it might just be someone from them. Even if 1952, they had good. And look at this. It's 4 eliminations. Incas coming down with 25-44 survival time, 723 damage. So yeah, we did not see a Rampage player coming up here. That is more than 5 eliminations. But then again, it's still decent. Now, still go for it.
Well, yeah, and again, I think it is definitely going to be quite exciting to see where will ElementriX end up, because now they have a very strong start to the day. Incas, I want to see how far away Mr. Yozu was, because even he was doing quite a lot in those final few fights. I mean, getting a lot of knocks, dishing out a lot of damage. I don't know how many eliminations he had in total, but I believe it was quite a decent number over there as well. And as you said, not a high number of eliminations, but still 723 damage being dished out. That is quite decent, I might add. But in the list of top players, we have Vexy from Phantoms. We have 2RGR from Phantom Esports as well, with 5 eliminations secured, but only 386 damage. That is impressive.
Yeah, definitely. Just if we just talk about it. But right now, Suyog, 2RG, RJD, Ryu, Vexy, just like you said, 2 eliminations and 800 damage. That's pretty good. Now, when we talk about damage stats, but then obviously converting all those damage numbers into eliminations. Imagine if had it been a 2-on-4 situation. Obviously, it was a 2-on-4 situation in the final circle. Imagine had they just taken it in the right way. I would have loved it had Phantom just clutched that 2v4. But then again, nothing taken away from ElementriX. They had a pretty good fight for themselves.
Well, yeah, they had a pretty amazing fight, and I think it was an impressive victory for them as well, and an important one as well. But again, so it was an important game for a lot of the teams that made it into the top 5 in this particular match. I mean, Venom Legends, they started to pop off all of a sudden in the mid-game stages, and I was pleasantly surprised as to exactly what they were doing and where they would end up. But still, it was quite an interesting scenario as far as the entirety of the lobby was considered. But look at the stats comparison now. Phantoms are leading almost everywhere in terms of the important stats. I mean, the damage dealt, the damage received, eliminations are more Phantom Esports, but ElementriX securing that final fight, get the win, get the most number of points in the lobby, 25 being secured by them. And well, as we have been saying again and again and again, like broken records, this was an impressive win for ElementriX.
Well, yeah, this one definitely just came up for ElementriX for themselves, just like we said. But then again, 976 damage received coming down. So damage received and damage dealt stats were less on the ElementriX side as compared to Phantom, because the Phantom was trying to make up their way, right? That shows in their lesser average survival time as well for Phantom, because they lost their players a bit early. Still, they managed to get to the second position in this game. That's just brilliant. And the match summary also shows the contribution that these players have had. I mean, you see 2RG coming up with 5 eliminations, Vexy with 807 highest damage, highest knocks coming up with Mad Max as well. Liquid on the other side coming up with 5 highest assists, and longest distance is 308 by Ryu.
Well, I mean, the players did in fact give it their all, but this game was filled with so much chaos that it is going to be quite interesting. Not interesting, but quite close, the stats comparison. Because look at the highest eliminations as well. I mean, we do have one lad with 5, but the next 2 sitting on 4. Then it's Dictator on 3. So not a lot of difference. I think even in the damage numbers, almost all at all positions. I mean, this was a very close game. Could have gone any team's way had they been able to secure that early compound cover that ElementriX had for themselves. I think that's the advantage that won them the game, because they did not have to forcefully engage in those fights to survive to the late game stages. They had the priority on the cover, and that's why they had their option to pick up any fight that they wanted. But looking at the match rankings right now, so 25 points for ElementriX. It does bring them to the 8th position. Phantom Esports, I want to see, because they were on the 10th spot before this game with 23 additional points. I think they might easily be inside of the top 5 or the top 6 at least, considering IHC took an exit with just 2 points. We had 7C take an exit with nothing being secured from this match. Raw took a very early exit with just 2 points as well. Seal was out early. So majority of the top 5 teams took an early exit in this game with barely 2 to 3 points to their name, and that is going to give a very, very big jump to the lads of Phantom Esports. So once we get to the overall rankings, I think that information is also going to be revealed.
Definitely. Obviously, we'll be looking at those things in a while for sure when we're just, talking about it. But before that, let's have a look at the Oppo moments as well. Just, when we're talking about these amazing fights, amazing action that just, came in front of us. So we're going to be looking on to Oppo F21 Pro movements in this situation. This is how the game started. Those ADS shots, they were just amazing, to be honest, from both the sides.
I mean, definitely. They were very, very amazing from both the sides. But I think I have to say, I see his decision right there to try and go for a spray with the Uzi in his hands. I think that distance is quite a lot. You won't be able to hit a wall at that distance, which was like, I know it's a hyperbole. You will be able to hit a wall, but the shots are going to be everywhere. So that was a moment that was sort of created out of desperation, I guess. But IHC survived even after the first sort of blunder that they made, but not for long though. They were taking those hits out in the open. Just like we see all these teams getting exposed, getting caught off guard. A lot of mid-rotation fights in the mid-game stages. Quite close to the 20-minute marker is when we saw Vibe sort of absolutely thrash the lads from Skylightz Gaming. And even though Gyalzin was able to survive for so long, I think the points that he secured, they won't really do anything for Skylightz Gaming except keep them a little bit more stable in comparison to IHC and 7C and Raw, 3 teams that were right underneath Skylightz Gaming in the overall rankings.
Right now, when we talk about the rankings, right, we'll definitely have that look in as for what was happening, because you saw 7C, that elimination that just happened early for them. Definitely they'll be going down from 7th position to quite a significant amount, definitely, just coming up around it. But then again, we'll see as per what happens. But then this was the final fight, the final kerfuffle that happened. Obviously, Phantoms players, they were shown their way out, and ElementriX, because everyone was definitely happy. Mr. Hughes jumped out of his seat to just celebrate it with his teammates. Just went out. But look at this now. Every team definitely wanted to be a part of the fight that they were given an opportunity for, but only a few could just make it, whilst the other ones, they were still trying. As you see, JyanMaara, you see 7C, no elimination points, 1952 Skylightz. Skylightz, the thing for them was, only Gyalzin succeeded to get that elimination point in the final moments, obviously, but then Gyalzin, he was spotted on from all the sides, so it was not exactly the right place to be.
Yeah, it was the wrong place at the wrong time, basically, for Gyalzin, the situation that he was stuck in. And Vibes were putting so much pressure on him, but still, I mean, that one extra point, I think it is going to be quite worth it for Skylightz Gaming, because at least they walk over with something as you compare to the other big teams who we see on the wrong side of the histogram, ladies and gentlemen. Towards the right, you see some of the biggest names: DRS, Esports, Stalwart is going to be there, Raw is there as well. And IHC, how can we forget them with just their 374 damage and 1 elimination in this match? But kudos to 1952, Phantom and ElementriX, that this is the momentum establishing match that they needed. And if they do not lose this momentum that they've so desperately managed to gain for themselves, I think these 3 teams in particular can in fact have a very good day today. Because look at Phantom Esports, they are on the 4th position right now.
Wow.
6 position jump for them, 54 points.
All of a sudden, Phantom is there with the big dogs. You see Stalwart's there, Seal is there, Vibes is there, and then there's Phantom Esports. This is your moment. You gotta live it, at its finest. 7C, a team that was in the first page, is now down to the red zone as they're at the 12th position. Venom Legends on 13, Savage on 14th. 1952 and JyanMaara. Still, it's like 1952 has 3 times more points than what JyanMaara has. But then again, both of these teams, they need to get more and more for them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they will be looking to get a lot more of those points for themselves, but they will have to do that on the other Erangels too that we have left later in the day. And the next map is going to be another opportunity for them, ladies and gentlemen. The next game is going to be played on Miramar before we move on to the third game. That is Erangel match number 4 today. As you can see, is Sanhok, and then we always end the day on those Erangels because I think, again, we are quite superstitious and everything needs to be balanced. So we start on Erangel, we end on Erangel. That's how it goes. But on Miramar, Ocean, yesterday again we saw dominating performance from Stalwart Esports, but today they are not up to the same start as yesterday. So do you think in the next map they're going to be trying their level best, not really going for those exposed fights, for those open fights, and the next game for Stalwart, for Seal, for Vibes, for IHC, for DRS, for all these teams is going to be all about survival? Do you think that's going to happen?
Today for Stalwart, yesterday Stalwart versus today's Stalwart. Today's Stalwart in the first game has been struggling a bit. Struggling a bit for the zone, to be honest, for the starters. And they're not getting the circle that they wanted, right? And that's a huge bummer for them because that team likes to snatch the circle. I want to see what happens in Miramar because definitely Miramar is a bigger map. It has more open areas for you to just move around to get inside the zones and all those things. So maybe they won't struggle. Maybe they will. Obviously, the circle is going to tell us because for them, they have quite a northern drop location when it comes down, right? Obviously, just dropping down around the areas of San Martin, Hacienda. That's their drop location, obviously San Martin, and from there they start moving forward. Just first, the first movement is to the hillside, and from there they start just moving forward. And I would love to see what happens if the circle is not on them this time. So yeah, we'll see.
I mean, we'll have to see what is going to happen because, I mean, no matter what, this game can either help teams like Phantoms and Vibes and Seal Esports catch up to the leaders of the overall leaderboard, or Stalwart Esports is just going to capitalize on their advantage and push themselves even further ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just about to jump into the game again, having a look at the faces of the lads. So after the last game, I think majority of them are just going to be quite upset with exactly what happened, but we do see a few smiles here and there. So they know how to reset. I mean, they are professionals after all. This is what they do. This is what they have to do to earn the sweet moolah that we all love and need so much. But again, ladies and gentlemen, Miramar is about to begin. We will have the flight path in front of us a few short minutes. These are your two co-pilots. My name is Super Johnny, and joining me right now on this ride, this wonderful, wonderful ride, is Bhushan Sharma.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the flight of Miramar. We are heading on from La Cabrera to Impala, and if you'll see on your right hand side, you'll see the areas like Hacienda, San Martin, Graveyard, Picaro, Power Grid, Los Leones, Laban, the pretty good areas to have a vacation for yourself. But if you look on the left hand side of the flight path, you'll see the areas like Al Azhar, pretty good, but then quite costly if you want to just go out there. But then again, if you want, you can just go down to those two islands that are always lonely and no one likes them. I just figured out that's me as well. But well, if we talk about this game right now, we'll have to see where the flight path just obviously is dropping down players, but we want to know where the circle will be because that is an important thing as well.
Well, it is quite important for them, as you mentioned, the circle. I hope it's on the southwest this time because the trajectory of the plane is like because the trajectory of the plane is like completely towards the
away
northeast.
from
It's going to be fun. I mean, because look at where Seal Esports have gone. There are 4 teams. Ocean, when was the last time you saw 4 teams land towards El Azhar, Tierra Bronca, and Torre Amuda?
I told you it's going to be a costly place. But then again, right now, if you talk about it, Sanchir has an R45. When was the last time you saw that weapon? But still, he uses an Uzi. Come on, I mean, come on. Still, he uses an Uzi. And now we have all the 4 players from Savage, and it definitely looks pretty good as all the players are ready. Sanchir has a VSS to start it off right now. Hustler has a Winchester. Definitely spots another weapon and will be switching on to M416.
Yeah, Raw, they are not looking good. At this point, Mama God, he's trying to hide, but Savage Esports, I think they know exactly that, yeah, we do have one lad quite close to us. We are going to go for the finish on this one as well. Sanchir with the Uzi and his teammate is there to back him up as well with the M4. I think this is going to be a very brutal finish for the lads of Raw that they will have to face, but an easy one for Savage to secure. And Mama God, look at him giving away all this noise, trying to run away,
No.
hiding behind the boxes right now with nothing but a pistol in his hands. Will try and go for the shots, instant knockout, and well, there will be an instant finish as well. Raw Esports, not a start that they wanted, not a start that they imagined would that this game would give
Johnny,
them. Yeah,
that VSS hit. That VSS hit on Kazi. Although it did not do enough damage, but that VSS hit. And now look at this. Look at this. Players are going. They're moving. They're like, all right, we'll wipe one out for us. They are moving forward. They have Thompsons. They have Win 94, I guess. They have bolt actions here and there. Hershey has a Vector as well. They would just want to move forward with that and obviously try to take a fight for themselves. But then we'll see if the fight actually just comes to them because Raw's 2 players that are surviving are on the other side of this hill now.
well, let's see the last 2 players. They're trying to get away, but Savage Esports, they need to be careful because on the radar, we do see the lads from ElementriX in the near vicinity as well. And with the way the players of Savage Esports are positioning themselves and moving around on the map, it looks like they've completely sort of lost the position, the information of the lads of Raw. And now Raw, if they just wait a few more moments, they're like free to leave.
Assault as well, just sitting down onto one side, and look at him just trying to look to the other areas where he might just think there are players. Kazi quite close to him. He's like, hey man, hey, all right, bye. Now he's just moving on to the other side. They know obviously splitting up is a good decision.
I think you need to lower your voice a little. It's like, hey, listen,
hey, listen, hey, players are coming, hey. And then there are these players who are like, wee, it's a good day to ride this car. Now they're moving on to the other side, but then it's 2 against quite many in this lobby.
It's a few against the many.
Yeah.
just like the Spartans. But I think Savage Esports right now, they are off to the races. So 2 free points secured in the early stages, and since they are done with Raw, I think if they clash against ElementriX, this is going to be a very fun game to watch. Ocean, the entire cluster is towards the northeast of the circle right now.
Yeah.
So if I was to draw a diagonal from Picardo, Los Leones, El Pozo, a diagonal along these 3 major points on the map, everyone is in one direction,
on the right
and the
side,
other part of the map is just empty.
Exactly. It's so one part is your expectations, the other part is no, I'm not gonna say that. Trust me. For an average teenager, one part is their expectations, the other part is their hard work. But then again, that's the harsh truth. But we'll talk about this right now. Skylightz is trying to move forward from the backsides of El Pozo as well. Monte is where Savage's players are. Sometimes I feel I'm too dang for myself as well. But now JyanMaara is trying to move forward as well as one player, that is Snipe White, is inside the circle. Meanwhile, the other players are still trying to get inside the zone. But T2K, it looks like T2K might just be in some trouble sooner or later.
Well, I think they are going to be in a world of trouble because 1952 have pretty much surrounded them, not intentionally though. And well, all right, so they are not in trouble. 1952, all right, T2K, they are in trouble. I thought 1952 would look to disengage and try and prioritize position, but hey, I mean, since they got there early, might as well just turn around and fire a few shots, taking Sandesh down. And I think Evil Eye's intentions are pretty clear. His name is Evil Eye. He's going to do evil things, trying to go to secure the finish on the lads of T2K, but they need to be extremely careful because you may have knocked down one, but there are the rest of them that still remain, and they will try and secure those finishes. What just happened? Another big blunder from T2K, and this is going to be the 3rd one now, as Legend is quite exposed out in the open, does find the knock, but needs to know there's one more man behind him running in his direction. And Legend, is he prepared to take on the fight against T2K?
Looks like he is, as he definitely dishes out quite a lot of damage. Now switches on to the UMP and now to the nades. Obviously, he needs to throw that nade onto the backside of that rock. It is going to go for the 3-pointer. Will it? Oh, it definitely dishes out quite a bit of damage, though. But now he understands that there's one more person just now moving on to the other side. C1, he just exits that car and then sits back in that car again. Now he exits it again. Legend has to take all the fights for himself. He knows where the vehicle is. He knows where the player is. He's getting shot at from the other side, but that nade connects. That means now his backside's completely vacant. He has to look onto the front side now. That's where these players of 1952 are. Evil Eye on one side, he's moving forward. Skarl against the Skarl, or Skarl against UMP. We'll see how it goes. He has the UMP right now. Is moving forward, has part on one of the players. Well, goes for a drop shot. Legend, just being an absolute legend. And it's down to one player. Entry. Just there, and Legend is moving forward. He dodges that nade, and Legend is going for the final player, Entry. Oh, what happened as Entry just takes one down? But Entry is the last man surviving. 1952 is in a hell lot of trouble in this situation. Jane going for a smart way, and that is reviving his teammate. But Entry, you might as well take an exit from this place right now, because this place is raining hellfire.
Well, definitely. And even though the fight started with 1952 being in a very big advantageous position, they blundered so badly that there is no recovering from this. And it wasn't like mechanical mistakes. There were no mechanical misplays right there. It was a mistake in the decision making of the team. The fact that if you know you have Legend completely pinned down, why would you give him individual 1v1s? Just charge upon him as a unit, 3-man squad strong, and finish the man off. That would have been nice and easy for them.
1952, Johnny, was in a very good position.
Yeah.
They could not have lost that fight if there were 14,605 ways of them winning this fight, and one way of losing this fight. They got that one way for themselves.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Well.
Oh no. Entry has 99 damage, and that's the amount of damage in which he took down one player only. That's the only thing. Wow.
That's the only thing. And I think, again, since he has lost all his teammates now, he has been surrounded from every single direction. Maybe T2K are going to finish him off, or maybe he will survive. No matter what happens, this game is almost lost for the lads of 1952 already in the early stages. Within the first 10 minutes of the match, we are down to 58 players, ladies and gentlemen. And as we move forward with the game, this is going to be quite interesting to see what the other lads inside the match are sort of thinking as to how the situation is going to be right now. So as we were talking about the teams being completely clustered up on one half of the circle, we do see teams heading in the other direction as well, realizing that, all right, there might be open spaces, specifically Savage Esports having Chuma Sera in their control. I think will be quite comfortable in this match for at least the next 5 minutes. And again, Ocean, you and I discussed this yesterday as well. Skylightz Gaming, IHC, they are not looking like the same teams that we used to see in the previous season. These two teams are completely different. They are prioritizing their position and their safety in the game now.
Their rotations are, it's not exactly slower, but they are a bit slower as compared to the last times. The way they used to move up. And they are playing more and more on the communications in the first few zones, so that they can just make up a end game plan if they survive, and that's what they are trying to go for. Although Miramars have not been that good for both the teams, I would love to see what they do in this Miramar. Obviously, we would want to just have that understanding. Right now, Ryu has a nade for himself, and in Cuss, all right, he just moved out of the harm's way, but Liquid, he was on the off angle. He could have taken down Ryu. He could have taken, I don't know what happened. I thought he had that vision, but then again, maybe not.
Maybe not. But so far, I think this is going to be quite an extended situation between ElementriX and Vibes, because Jiggle, if he tries to peek, he's going to be in the crosshairs in the line of fire of the lads of ElementriX. Incus can't push forward, because then Vibes, they will have the advantage in terms of the line of fire, and I think that is the sort of tricky part of the decision making right now. Look at Jiggle, he's trying to push him in the eyes of his teammate, but Incus, he's trying to do the same thing right here. Look at 1952, last player entry has been picked off by Stalwart Esports. Ocean, 1952 is the first team that has been eliminated right now in ElementriX after the last wonderful game they had. It looks like this one is going to be a blunder, as Rio does find an opening. Incus is getting pushed upon. He is surrounded, almost finding Jiggle, but no, Jiggle with the and the oomph of the oomph will find the knock. Now, ElementriX in a world of hurt, and it's going to be quite difficult for them to actually move forward now. They don't have enough bodies. Look at him trying to run away, but He's being hunted down, and that's the second team right there to take an exit into the lobby, ladies and gentlemen. ElementriX eliminated 15th.
A team that got a chicken in the previous game. Can you even imagine? Can you even imagine them going down like this one by one by one by one? Oh, I just cannot believe it. But well, right now in these situations, you would see Phantoms players just, trying to get a good high ground. All right, Raw, they lost their players early in the game, but they still want to fight. I love it. I love it from this team. They still want to be part of fight. They know Phantom is right behind them. They know there's one more team that is Vibes right in front of them. So they are still, trying to understand what's going to happen in the fights. But then again, they know it. They are just two players. If something bad happens, no one else would be responsible for that, but only these two, Kazi and Assault. They will be responsible to take down the placement points that they can. They would be responsible if they give away the placement points now. It's 2 against the many. That's the storyline for these players right now.
Yeah, and I think right now they look like they are just playing for information. They want to be aware if they are getting charged upon and from where exactly the opposition are going to arrive. So they are setting up their game plans for the late game stages. And I think considering they have a good position in the center of the circle as well, quite close to the center of the circle, the lads should be good to go for at least the next 7 minutes. In fact, on the other side, IHC, they are looking for cover, and it looks like they have found some cover for themselves as well. As they're going to be moving further inside the circle right now. So IHC still, I think they have to make up for what happened in the last game. And in order to secure those points, this time they are, as we discussed earlier, playing a little bit slow in comparison to what they usually do. But JyanMaara and T2K against each other. Oh, this is going to be quite interesting.
Well, we'll see, what happens in all these situations as the players are just, trying to get good areas for themselves. Although right now, T2K Suyok just lying down, taking that sidelines TPP first, and then just, trying to move forward. We see Jane as well. I mean, it was a very good fight that, T2K's legend just showed us right now. But then again, they need to understand that someone's coming pretty close to them. And Suyog is still just, going for the shots in the empty lands, empty buildings. But all they have to be worried about is for JyanMaara, as the team is quite close to them.
Well, let's see, JyanMaara, they're going to be quite close to the lads of Stalwart Esports, but they need to remember there's T2K behind them as well. If they get too distracted, then this is not going to work out for them, especially the distance between them and Stalwart is quite a lot. So even if you find a knock, you won't be able to secure the finish as easily as if it were from one of the lads of T2K. If one of the lads of T2K were to get knocked out. But see, Scry, some damage has been dished out, and I think it is just the damage exchange that is going to happen between these two teams. And no incentive to push again since they are already inside the circle. Majority of the teams, in fact, almost all of the teams have made it. It's just Deadeyes Guys who have 2 players outside in the blue, but even they are making the push forward. And look at that. While they try to do that, since they were going for a 4-man spread rotation, Savage Esports will be able to find another free pick. And Deadeyes Guys, they lose out on one of the key players right now in this match as Chari has been picked off.
Definitely has been, but then in all these situations, you see what Pika is trying to do. We know he's good with that bold action, although he's just looking in the wrong direction, not in the right one. But still, he'll try to maybe just get a few conversions, as he knows that there are a few players onto the backside of him as well. That's where one of the teams is, and that is Wipes, just onto that ground, trained to kill, just looking onto the areas where they might just find a few players from Venom Legends on that buggy. Maybe right about... Not now. Not now. Not now. This is like... I don't know. It just gives me utmost pain seeing someone scoping in that area for like 5 minutes, and then they scope out at the exact same time when it's time for them to see the vehicle. All right, now they definitely spot down Rafat and Alibu, but the other players, they are still at that place, and now they have no idea where the players are. As Jane, he'll move back as well.
Well, he is trying to see if he can protect himself from this angle, and He won't be too exposed from the other side as well. I think that was a perfect spot because you can use the TPP to look towards the ridge and see if anyone is headed towards your direction. Plus, even on the rear, there is literally just a wall and another room added there that will be able to protect you. But look at 7C, quite close to the ladders of IHC. And, well, Zol, with the way he's moving forward, it doesn't look like he's aware. DRS, they're going to be blown to bits and pieces as, well, I think the vehicle that they were traveling in has been explored by the lads of Venom Legends. They go on to secure a few extra points. Reaper bot, his point is going to go towards the lads of Stalwart Esports, and Killer YT is all that remains from the team.
Let's see what happens in this situation as 7C just, onto the front grounds of the players of IHC as well right now. This is going for a few nades here and there, but it looks like Ripson was spotted, but Alex gets a shot on his head. In fact, he gets two. One just takes down his helmet to a 50% HP, as well as the other one just hitting him down as well. Now, Dictator on the other side is still trying to find on a few players from the back lines, but then he's finding none in all of these situations. But Akujor, I want to see what he does. I want to see what he does in this situation as the players are quite close to him.
Well, let's see. It is again Ripson right now leading the charge, but Zeol finding an opening. I think this is going to be quite impressive. As you said, Akujor has been taken down, but I think IHC, they need another important knock. The Molly looks good. The second one being lobbed in the same direction. They have to watch the flag. Look at that. The first pick is going to be secured. It is IHC going for the finish right there for the finish point, but the Molotov has been negated now. They have lost the opening, the opportunity, the breathing room that IHC had created. They need to worry about Precious as well. He has a wonderful flank, and if he gets ignored, then IHC are going to be in trouble.
Let's see what happens in all these situations right now as I see, in fact, from IHC is just trying to find a good area for himself as he's just dropping down. He's going to go for first hit, I guess. I don't think so. There's a need of it. Meanwhile, Deadeyes Guys get eliminated on the other side, and Stalwart still taking a fight against JyanMaara. No fear, and look at that. Play Zone took down the last player. That was Frag Boy from Deadeyes Guys. Wipes follows up as well with the Play Zone only. Play Zone again in Miramar is just doing bad things. Raw follows up on the other side as Assault goes down. And in less than 10 seconds, ladies and boys and girls, we saw 3 teams marking an exit. There might be more. There might be more that are coming up. As 7C, they might just not know what hit them as Yol is cooking up a good grenade. And he throws it out. The grenade definitely did not go for the splash damage, but Ripson will be ripped into pieces by Alex.
Well, let's see. I mean, Ripson is going to be ripped apart, and IHC, they're looking quite strong now, but they still have to pick a few more. Bad Riff is going to be finally put out of his misery as Precious is going to try and see if he can secure those points that are so precious to him now. Skylightz Esports against Savage. Oh, this is going to be fun to watch. Hershey pushing forward with the M4 hipfire. Will not be able to find a knock. Eisenberg is low. Hustler in the back lines is going to be taking a lot of damage, and Skylightz Esports, they have a massive advantage in this fight. Wally, look at him go. And Hustler is going to be finished off. And whoa, Savage Esports, they were looking so savage with the way they were going, charging forward into the fight against Seal. But Skylightz Esports just instructing them that this is not how we deal with things over here. Get out, reassess, come back in the next game.
Well, they will have to reassess everything that they were doing. JyanMaara just following up as well, and now we're down to 9 teams, 26 players surviving. Rafath is on domination for a change right now, going with that GC Scarrel. Zeol trying to take down a few players from Skylightz Gaming, you see. Gyalzen has been spotted. Oh, one more shot just onto the player though. Still just surviving. AJ was taken down on the other side. 24 and 9. Nima might just follow. What's happening to his buggy though? Godless did everything. Still, the player is surviving.
Well, let's see. I mean, he is still going to be surviving. Oh, demo. Oh, they should connect, but just barely.
Situations, my friend, not that good. Coming up, Baron this time, just going for that peak again. Godless. How? What is this? What is this? Godless is missing all his shots. I don't believe it. Come on, somebody just give me an eye checkup right now.
I think we have never seen him do that. And finally, I think we've found the reason why IHC is not performing, and this
all right,
is
he connects all the shots that are in the smoke, but he misses all the shots that he sees. I mean, what is happening?
So, all right, so not in this particular esport, but I've seen this elsewhere in other titles that the best players usually miss the easiest shots, and the most difficult shots they're going to connect like it's an everyday
The
thing that they
impossible
practice.
shots, yeah. They'll connect the impossible shots, but then again, 24 players still alive, 9 teams surviving as Dictator is trying to spot on a few players. Venom Legends, they have, in fact, they are in the close vicinity to the circle. They are not exactly inside the circle, but still in the close vicinity right now. Stalwart is trying on the backlines. Already, he was spotted. 22 damage done onto him. Not much. Still surviving in all these situations. So, yeah.
So Stalwart Esports stopped getting taken out and finished off by Rafat. I think is going to create a world of hurt for them. And Godless, look at him go. Just one clip after the other. Just goes to the spray, reloads, goes back, targeting the players of Esports. And I think what Godless is doing right now is just handing the team fight win to the lads of Skylightz Gaming, because he has dropped the lads quite low. And now all Skylightz Gaming they need to do is push forward and secure the finish. But Godless, he's completely fair in this fight, going for the lads of Skylightz Gaming and Esports at the same time. Will be able to secure a few extra points. Esports Baron is going to be the last player surviving. And I don't think he's going to be surviving for long, because Phantom Esports, well, they are in the neighborhood looking for those extra points. Skylightz Gaming, they've taken an exit on the 8th. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're down to the top 5. So that means 2 more teams were out. One is DRS. And the next one, it is going to be Stalwart Esports.
Venom Legends still just trying to find up their own ways. Godless on the other side, all right. Vex is on low HP. Baron will be taken down. In fact, he was cooked to its own core. And now Vexy still surviving on the other side. 4 teams, 11 players surviving. Alex goes down with that 1 pixel that Elibu was just, looking at. He just, took down. Oh. Now Zol's just trying to move forward with this Lambo that we were talking about in the previous game right now. Godless is, giving up revive and is moving with that MG3 in his hands. And this weapon is just a brilliant one. But we'll have to see if he can just make up the most out of it. I see still trying to spot down this one. Will it come down to IHC, the Mongolian domination? Will it stay? Or will Venom Legends just steal it? Or Phantom? Last time they had 2 players. This time they have 2 players. Will it be a redemption game? That's the question to find out.
Well, that is definitely going to be quite an important question right there, because IHC, they were not looking so good yesterday. And it's important. It's a redemption game for the lads of Venom Legends as well, because while IHC, they did end up in the top 6 at the end of yesterday's matches, Venom Legends were outside the top 10. So this match becomes very critical for them. Phantom Esports on the other side, they blundered up the last game in the final 3v4. This time, they don't even have 3 players in total. They have just 2 players remaining. 2 RGRJD and Vexy are the 2 lads that are left in the game for Phantom Esports right now. So their entire game plan is revolving around the fact that Venoms and IHC are going to collide. Their fight is going to happen. And then Phantom Esports, they're going to come in the end, make sure they're part of the top 2 and secure those extra points if they can, if it is going to be possible for them to do that. But IHC and Venom Legends right now being very patient. They are holding on to their positions. They do not want to engage unless absolutely necessary.
Phantoms yet are just onto the back lines. Vexy is there as well. Alex would want to move on to him, but look at that. Vexy goes down from the other side as Venom Legends is just, out here. 9 eliminations on this team. The momentum is strong with this one. IHC on the other side. They wanted this fight. And ladies and gentlemen, we are down to a 4 versus 4 onto the final zones of this game. You are gonna love it, because this is Venom Legends versus IHC, the old Zeus 2.0. This Venom Legends is ready to give an answer, a good answer to this team. But then the high ground is strong with IHC. Will they be able to get it? All right, Seoul starts it off as Ailbu goes down. Is the first one to go down, making it a 4v3 right now as Seoul just finishes that lad. Alex with those throwables is trying to dish out more and more damage. He's just trying to pressurize the team as Steel Shot, look at him. He's just around there. The nade just comes onto him and he's on low HP. He needs to heal, but the smoke's dishing out. Smoke's going out, plus Steel Shot will be down by Godless. Him does not miss these kind of shots when it's needed. It's necessary as Dictator's last one surviving. And IHC They are gonna taste the win. They are definitely gonna taste the $1,000 for themselves outside the zone, but they don't care. They are just going for it. Dictator is trying to get all sorts of fights for himself, but the zone is not happening on his own favor. He will go down. IHC, $1,000 and a brilliant winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, quite an important one. Imagine that one last fight had $1,000 on the line. Whoever won would walk away with $1,000, and of course the points for that match. Plus, I think the setup was just perfect for this game to end. You have 2 teams remaining with all 4 players on either sides, and both of them at the same number of eliminations, 9 for each. So at the end of it, IHC Esports, they do come out on top. 13 eliminations in total, secure 28 points from this match with 28-79 damage dished out by the entire team. But still, Venom Legends, I think their approach in that final fight was a little bit weird. They just pushed forward with 4 men and left 1 behind. Dictator was left behind to, I think, try and go for a heal battle if the situation came down to it. And I think that was the intention. IHC realizing that, all right, if this goes to the heal battle, we are definitely going to take a loss on this map. They did not want that. Just completely destroyed Venom Legends in that final fight. So quite an impressive end, quite an impressive game, but still, now the consistency that we want to see from the teams, it is missing, because the teams that did well in the last match weren't even there in the top 5 in this one. Apart from Phantoms,
let's discuss the way this game just went. High ground advantage, it was with IHC. They had the circle that was they had a place that was comfortably around the zone. They just had the brilliant game for themselves.
I mean, as you said, this was supposed to be their game, and they made sure it was. But we're going to discuss this match even in further detail after this short break. Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022. This is Warren Super Johnny John, joined by Ocean Sharma. And this event, ladies and gentlemen, is brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro, which will be out in the markets quite soon, if I might add. So grab yourselves a winner chicken dinner with the Oppo F21 Pro. And again, quite a beautiful looking device right there. I would love to get my hands on one, but I have to wait for that. But again, Ocean, that was a fun game to watch, if I have to speak honestly, because we saw those, I mean, the ridges that we were missing quite a lot in the Miramars that have happened in the recent days. I mean, come into important decision-making processes for the teams that and the team fights that were happening inside the match.
I just have one question. What is going wrong with my tie overall? I don't know. Well, let's have a look at the MVP while I'm just, fixing that overall right now, as definitely there's going to be one player who has just outshined everyone, unlike this weird tie of mine, but still, it is going to be Godless. Finally, the lad is back. 907 damage, 4 eliminations.
Well, that was an impressive finish, and I wonder how many of those eliminations came from the finishes that he got inside the smokes. I think all 4 of them, if I'm not wrong. But still, quite an impressive start to the day for IHC. The last game was kind of a big blunder from them, but they have managed to reset. Now, since it is not a boost for them, it's just going to be a reset. They need to be consistent in the rest of the matches so that they don't end up where they started the day off. This time, even Zeol stepped up quite nicely. So 13 eliminations was the total number that was secured by the entirety of IHC, out of which 9 have been secured by just 2 lads.
Zeol's damage is just quite a bit less as compared to Godless, otherwise he would have been the MVP. I mean, his elimination numbers are definitely high. His survival time is pretty close as well. Rafat on the other side coming up with 5 eliminations, 529 damage as well. Sanjir from Savage ending up in this list as well. And then there is Legend coming up with the 4 eliminations for himself and 603 damage.
Well, I mean, it was a game that was kind of reliant on individuals performing, individuals standing up for their teams, especially for the teams that lost a few key players in the early game stages. I mean, talk about what happened with the players from Raw. I mean, them being able to make to the late game stages, I think, was something that would have impressed me, but since that did not happen, and so would have 1952 surviving, but even that did not happen. So, yeah, I mean, after the mid-game stages, kind of the results that we expected. But Venom Legends, I think they're going to be happy with their finish in this match, though, as we were discussing during the closing moments of the game as well, because yesterday was not really their day, but still today they have managed to be sort of consistent up until now. Now, if they, in the next 3 matches, I mean, even if they manage to have a top 5 finish in one Erangel and the Sanhok that's there, I think Venom Legends by the end of the day can safely be inside the top 8, and when they return tomorrow on the last day of the Super Weekend, they can look to finish within the top 5.
Probably, yeah, but as of now, this is what we're talking about it. Highest assists coming down on Alex. Think about it, right? We talked about 9 eliminations that were with 2 players. You see assists for Alex, and alright, what happened? Alex has assists, IC has assists, Godless has assists, Zeol has assists. Where were they? Like, what was happening? Who was giving eliminations to whom? Everyone had each other's assists, that's all.
Yeah. I think they just assisted each other, man. That's the perfect team, right? You can't really win by yourself. You need your team to do that, and I think IHC just showcasing that in this matchup. I think we'll have to figure out how that chain went, though. We'll do that after the day is over. But so far, the match rankings are in front of us. And, well, while IHC will end the game with 28 points, the missed winner chicken dinner for Venom Legends is going to make sure that they just get 21 in return. Skylightz Esports and Phantom with a tie for the 3rd and the 4th, ladies and gentlemen. 12 points secured by both the teams.
As of now, yes, but then again, you know, when we talk about all these scenarios, all these things, we'll see what happens to the players. In the next upcoming games. ElementriX definitely, you know, there was quite a bit of a dip. In fact, a huge dip that no one would want in all these situations because, well, they were at, what was it? They were at the first position the previous game, and now they were at the last. You cannot go, you know, lower than that. So they'll have to just, you know, get back get back fast as soon as they can. I mean, that's important. So we hope in the upcoming game, in the next one, they at least manage to be in top 5, because again, that's going to be an Erangel, and we know Erangel is really important. But before that, let's have a look at this own analysis, to be honest, for this one, because we know it, right? Those shifts, they sometimes exceed your expectations.
I mean, we were happy with the way this game started as well, because even though, I mean, the teams were clustered up on just the one half of the circle, I mean, that resulted in the whatever early game action we witnessed. Otherwise, I think Miramar, we wouldn't have seen the first shots being fired for the 10 minutes inside this game. But I think priority was towards IHC, since, as you can see, they were playing super slow, just always controlling the edge quite nicely. And with this shift that happened, the next circle shift, I think IHC, they sort of secured a much better understanding and a lot of information of the teams ahead of them, because they did not have to do much from here on out inside this game. They just had to play quite smartly, just time your rotation perfectly, and the teams in the circle, they'll just fight amongst themselves and just finish each other off.
Definitely, they would just, you know, want to do that for themselves. And right now, you'll see this is where IHC is, that the backside that we were talking about. They had that for them in these kind of circles. They were trying to move around that zone. You'll see where the other teams are. I mean, right now, Seal had a pretty good spot, but then the circle shifts, and Venom Legends has the prime position. Prime property is what they had for themselves. But as soon as the circle shifts to the southern side, Venom Legends and IHC, they got it. Imagine had the circle shifted to the northern side, it would have been a different story.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure some other team would have just tried to get that chicken dinner for themselves. But then, right now, these final shifts is where circle just came in the favor of IHC and Venom Legends, and well, they had it for themselves. Venom Legends was doing phenomenal. They had the momentum going on for themselves, but then that momentum was shut down by IHC overall.
Yeah, I mean, IHC, they were very, very impressive in this game. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward, have a look at the open moments of this match and see and relive the action once again. The early stages, again, as we talked about, Savage Esports, they did in fact capitalize quite nicely on the fact that Raw Esports first of all went for a split drop, and second, the unfortunate series of events that happened, that the split drop clashed with the lads from Savage. This again was a fight that 1952 should not have lost at any cost, but they did.
They definitely did. If we just talk about it now in all these situations, Stalwart, they tried to have a good fight. Obviously, they did manage to have decent fights for themselves. But look at this one. I mean, ElementriX's players, one by one. And it's not just ElementriX, right? 1952, just like you said, both these teams, they had a strong suit for themselves, and then they just lost it somehow.
Yeah, they just completely lost it. And talk about losing it, so did 7Cs, because again, this was quite similar a situation to what happened with 1952. As IHC, since the early distance was there, I think 7C Esports could have done a much better job just delaying this push. And this is where Godless just went absolutely berserk on two teams at the same time, Seal Esports and Skylightz Gaming. They were too busy amongst themselves and ignored the fact that there's a third team that is targeting them. There's a third team that has their crosshairs set upon them and is looking to finish them off. So quite a nice capitalization right there by the lads of IHC. And in the end, as we talked about it and as we witnessed it, Venom Legends, they got finished off. No reaction from the lads of IHC. They are like, all right, one game done, over to the next.
Over to the next. Like, it's like, the job is not done, only the game is done. We need to finish the job, and that obviously is going to be a long-term affair for them. But look at this right now. 2879 was the damage start coming up for IHC. We talked about it. When Legends 1741. Then there are other teams that are struggling around 1,000 marker. Not more than that. So these two teams had the higher damage as compared to the other teams, while DRS, but 7C, 814 damage and 0 eliminations done.
Well, I mean, that is something that you do not see that often.
You not want to see.
Yeah, you don't want to see it, and you hardly get to see it as well. I think both things are quite true over here. But one thing that we do want to see quite badly, in fact, it is the overall ranking. Stalwart Esports, the first team to cross the 100, the marker for the 100 points secured. And look at this, IHC bring themselves up to the 4th position right now. Phantom Esports have taken a drop as they are going to be 5th on the rankings. But Venom Legends, now that is what you call a good jump, Ocean. They jump up 7 spots in the rankings, are on the 6th now with just 10 points separating them and Phantom Esports. Venom Legends, one good game, and in fact, they have 3 matches remaining, so they might end up in the top 3 at the end of the day.
They might. They definitely might just, end up around those areas for themselves. But then we'll see, what happens in all these situations. So right now, IHC's this jump is pretty decent. They obviously would want to go more and more, but then 1952. Previous game, 21 points. JyanMaara, previous game, 7 points. This game, 1952, 22 points. That is only 1 point. JyanMaara got only 2 points in this game. These two teams, they need to get everything back together. Whatever is just falling apart, and they have to just fight back, because again, it's just the second day. But then again, if they don't qualify in the next Super Weekend, there might just be some other team that will come up, and that team would want to just surpass these teams first. So either they make sure that they qualify next Super Weekend as well, or they make sure they get more and more points in this Super Weekend as well.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. It's going to be important to secure points in this Super Weekend, because you never know if things go wrong in week 2 and you do not make it, then you are well, you're going to be basically screwed. But right now, match number 8 is about to begin. We once again head towards the map of Erangel, and even though the last time ElementriX did sort of break the flow of the Mongolian Titans, just making sure that the chicken dinner was not going to go their way, this time I think the teams are going to be back with a vengeance, especially Stalwart Esports, because first game was not good for them. Second game was not good for them. Maybe third time's the charm. Maybe the third game works out.
I don't know. Just like I said, I to be honest don't know, because you said I get it, but it's all about the zones. If the zone is not favoring them, that's like the first pillar down. I want to see them win a game in which the circle's not favoring them, because they always tend to have that one area in which the zone is there, and they just sit around that area. They just snatch it away from their opponents. But what if the circle's not there? They always struggle in that. If Stalwart gets a chicken, I want to see them getting it whilst they are struggling with the circle. That would be the utmost respect. As of now, if we do simple maths, Mongolians have had $5,000 in their bank overall. Be it Seal, be it Stalwart, or be it IHC right now. Maybe it's time for Savage as well to just drop in on that, or maybe it would be time for another South Asian team to just come in and just chime in with the numbers for themselves. We might just be looking at a team from the bottom of the table, but then again, all those questions will be answered in next 30 minutes, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. All the questions are going to be answered. But for now, we're going to move forward, have a look at the players, which means the match is about to begin in a few short moments, ladies and gentlemen. And everyone all set up, because that's what they have to do before the game. As we step into the Erangel Ocean, today I haven't asked you yet, but now I will bring the question up.
Now,
where will the circle go and who will win this game?
You seriously want that? I mean, trust me, you know it.
Alright, so not who will win. Just tell me, will JyanMaara have a decent game?
I want them to. I legit want them to have a decent game, to be honest. I love the team. The way, we have seen this team, performing since the last times and all. I love this team. So I want them to have that decent game for themselves. I wish they do. I just don't know if they will, because again, it all just comes down to their own composure, the way they just, are performing. I don't know if it's good or bad. It's just, I would say, if I think it's a bad phase, maybe. But then I want them to have that good phase. But look at this right now. Gyaltsen is pretty close to action in terms of the overall eliminations. Demo is there. Wally is there. Top is there. Gyaltsen from South Asia.
Yeah.
He just, getting that competition between the Mongolians.
I mean, definitely. He is the man right there that I think they also need to worry about. But Skylightz Gaming, they can't just rely on the individual skill of just one lad. I think the whole team, the rest of the players also need to start stepping up if they want to make sure that the reputation that they have, the lineup has all put together, I think it doesn't get tainted. But look at this! Alrighty, Ocean. So now we have a little bit of a mix-up as Train to Kill have decided, alrighty, enough is enough. Seal Esports, you're coming with us, and Venom Legends taking an exit towards Nova Repnoy as well. Alright, no, Venom Legends, they're going to glide towards Melta. Stalwart Esports are going to go towards Nova Repnoy. Train to Kill heading towards the southern edge of the military island, while the circle is towards the north, centered between Rozhok and Yasnaya, so quite close to the small little ravine that's there close to Yasnaya Poliana. And that just means that I think all in all, Deadeyes Guys are going to have a fun game now.
The zone,
the circle is going to be Deadeyes Guys. They will go to the Water City.
From Water City, Rozhok's area, they would just want to move more north and north and north, but then again, the zone.
Oh, talk about the zone, talk about the fights. Jiggle with the shotgun is going to make sure Hershey is going to be out and finished. So it's JyanMaara, it vibes, and just one lad from Savage Esports that was involved and is out already.
Savage is playing a three-man squad again in Erangel now. You can call it that, because they've lost their one player already. But right now, this is the moment of truth for Snipe. He's just moving forward. He needs to understand that there's some 124 bullets now, make it 18. He is spotting that player out and will take him down. Yes, he does. An easy takedown. Another one was just coming up, but then again, Snipe will be taken down. It is good time as they will go for the revive as well. Yes, going for a revive in front of the team. It obviously would not want to go for the finish right now. Would go for the revive first. That is important. And JyanMaara, it looks like they are in some trouble.
Well, they are in a world of trouble at this point, so they need to be extremely careful right now. And it's a good thing that the trade they made an attempt for a trade, but the bad thing about that was that they weren't able to secure the elimination right there. And it can backfire. It can backfire if the lads from Vibes, they find enough healing utility. Since the armor is all shot up, they can't really re-engage into the situation, and JyanMaara can't back off either. So the first thing, even before the game started, I asked you, will JyanMaara have a good game? And I guess we have our answer already. The answer is no. Oh, that's a mistake. Nima does not know what waits for him on the outside. It is the man, the myth, the legend, Icy, having brought his opponent down to around 50 HP with the UMP in his hands. Will look to go for the finish, but Skylightz Gaming, they have him surrounded as well. So this could go either way.
Let's see if it does or if it does not, because it's like, it's kind of a Tom and Jerry thing that's just, going on between these two teams. They're just trying to find out each other. But Nima, it looks like he's in a trap now. Oh, he's barely surviving in all these situations. If someone has a throwable, they would want to just, end this thing right now. Look at Zul just, cooking it out. Would want to throw it up. He throws it, but nobody home. As Nima's on to the middle floor, and now Zul will go with this throwable. I believe he will throw it in the middle floor, and this is where it goes down. Nima! The splash damage definitely would have happened onto him, but now he's just moving forward, and there it is. DBS just coming in and taking Nima out of the picture.
Oh, well, Nima is going to be out. Skylightz Gaming low on firepower, low on the bodies they have to commit to the fight, and how... Had he made that jump, I think just gone onto the other window on the first floor. On either of the floors, it would have been cool, but he just wanted to break the fall right there. And IHC just regrouped all together, trying to go for the exit. Mafia Ninja, you do not need to shoot. Don't shoot. If you shoot, they're going to come back and they're going to shoot you in retaliation. So, yeah.
It's still the first circle, ladies and boys. Girls, let us just, remind you that it's not the final circle fights that are happening in these situations, but then the first circle is really, really, really troublesome. No fear, he has to change his position because the throwable just arrived onto him, but then again, he just changes his position. Suzanne on the other side just, still struggling as well. Jiggle, that smoke definitely just covered his vision, and he's moving on to the other side now, trying to get inside that room for himself. No fear takes down one from Vibes, but then again, the favor is returned from Vibes' side as well. Suzanne, as he just, is one of the two players that are surviving, and one onto the side. Suzanne needs to understand what he can do in this situation. Has a shotgun, has an M16, only 3 bullets at one time. Will go for the burst, and well, he actually connects that burst though. Wanted to go for the finish, but that finish is not happening as of now. Now he goes for this one again. Oh! Suzanne needs to understand that 2 directions is where he had to see, but then again, nice try.
Yeah, it was a valiant effort, a fight till the death. And well, Suzanne fought like an absolute warrior, almost bringing down all 3 of the lads, especially the Denk on Jiggle was pretty impressive. But again, I mean, now I wish that the other lads from JyanMaara were there. So, I mean, we could have seen the fight sort of go in their favor. But now I think Vibes, they're going to be happy about the fact that they did not lose even a single player to that 1v4, and they came out on top. Otherwise, I think they would have been a little bit embarrassed of that. But still, 59 players surviving, 16 teams remaining. Phantom Esports, Mad Max is a little bit low on HP, but I think they have found the ridge to use as cover, and they will be on their rotations on the merry way. T2K, are they setting up a blockade to stop Seal Esports on the military bridge?
Let's what happens in all these situations. The players are just trying to find up good places, good areas for themselves. We just talk about it right now, and all of its certainty, everyone's just trying to move north. But this was Stalwart, I believe, is actually in a troubling situation again, because they have DRS in front of them. They have Venom Legends to the side of them. They would not go for a left-hand side rotation, that I'm pretty sure of. And look at that, Seal, T2K, ElementriX, that bridge, it's highly populated right now. It is, and I believe it's going to create lots and lots of troubles.
Well, it is definitely going to create a lot of trouble. And 1952, a wonderful opportunity for them in the last game to secure a few extra points, but after the blunder that was there, I think this time they will try and be as slow as possible in order to make sure that they are surviving. They are not making the same mistakes. They're not giving individual 1v1s when they are charging forward to secure those critical elimination points that are so important for them right now. Skylightz Gaming, as we talked about them, towards the north Georgia Pole city, losing out on Nima in the early stages has sort of made them change their game plans a little bit, because in the other scenarios we would have seen them get early loot and rotate out of this city quite early on in this game. But this time I think given the fact that they have lost a key player, and also I think there has been a shift in strategy from their side as well, Skylightz Gaming opting for a slower approach to the match. Deadeyes Guys, Chari Akugod in the watchtower has been spotted out by him, but I think he's just waiting for more information before they engage in the fight. And Precious, oh, this is going to be such a tough moment for him. He's going to be cut off from his entire team.
Lord of the Rozhok, I don't know. Precious just moving forward. In the situation, the circle follows up on Yasnaya. I miss the old DRS, the one that used to, go to the southern side first, and then they used to get back to Yasnaya when the circle used to be around Yasnaya. But then again, this DRS obviously has different replication. They are coming into the areas of Yasnaya, where 92 and Savage are just around those areas. And look at Stalwarts going for their slow rotations, and 7C. Looks like they've moved past Deadeyes Guys' players, and now they are trying to find good areas. Chari, he has spotted on a few players, but then again, they are still just moving forward.
Well, they are trying to move forward, but on the other side, I think this match again is going to be kind of in a slow position right now, because not a lot of incentive for the teams to fight. And majority of them have already found cover for themselves. So it is going to be quite interesting to see how the fights will happen. 7C Deadeyes Guys, I think it's going to be quite tricky for them to secure those eliminations. And as I said that, Akujod is going to be put out of his misery. DRS right now, they've come face to face against Venom Legends, or I say the Venomous Snakes. They were trying to position themselves to strike upon the players of DRS, but now they have decided to back off, since the compounds that they were moving towards were already in control of DRS, and you can't really challenge them at that point.
Yeah, you definitely cannot just challenge them at those points. But right now, looks like Reaper is moving forward already. He has a good place for himself. DRS is killer as well. Just, trying to move forward. They have good places for them inside the zone. But then again, they need to find more and more and more for themselves if it just comes down to it. Rules parking up that car as it is needed as well. And another one just coming pretty close. Looks like the lad loves green color. And right now, they are just trying to find up decent places. The killer just going with that vehicle as well. Yozu's barely surviving against the mini taps of Rig, and now Vehicle is going to face the wrath, definitely.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's going to be put out of commission for a few short moments. That makes the escape option for the lads of ElementriX quite limited. Liquid! Oh, so close to escaping, but Rig from Raw, so deadly with the Mini 14 in his hands right now. And ElementriX, they have lost Liquid. I mean, not lost completely. He's on his knees. He's getting a revive right now. And Raw don't really have a way of crossing the ravine to go for the fight. Will not be able to engage completely, but just happy with the damage that they dished out, making sure they at least pull some healing utility from the opposite side, so that if they have an extended engagement a little bit further in the game, they won't be at 100% in that fight. Or maybe ElementriX get taken out by someone else, who knows. But Raw have basically sort of put a dink in the armor of ElementriX. Now it's up to ElementriX to find how they recover. If they get more heals, I think they're going to be happy, but not a major impact from this one knock. So apart from Raw giving away their position and the information to the lads of ElementriX as well, I think that's the most important thing that's happened right now. Wally from Stalwart Esports picking up an airdrop. I wonder what was in it.
I'm pretty sure might be having a pretty good weapon, right? And that had MK14. And well, it is a good weapon. I'm pretty sure he would be just making the most out of it.
Yeah.
So that would just definitely just come in handy if you want to go for those DMR shots, and if you want to go for those close range AR shots. I mean, both. It is a demon with two faces, and you would want to just showcase both of them. Right now, ElementriX is liquid, just moving forward with his own teammates, towards his own teammates, in fact, as Yasnaya. I'm pretty sure this place is going to be crowded as hell pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be quite crowded, but let's talk about this now. I mean, the circle is not really creating the same havoc that we expected from these teams. Everyone wants to take the control of Yasnaya Poliana at this point. IHC, they have positioned themselves on the slope of the Stalwart Hill, trying to move from the north to the south towards the city, while the other teams are just trying to see if they can survive in the southern farm area. But Ocean, you and I both know we've seen the similar circle, similar fights happen in the past, which was the previous season of the PMPL. And even back then, it was quite easy to figure out that the only way you will have priority in a circle like this is if you are inside the Yasnaya city. Either the apartments or the smaller houses, doesn't matter. Even if you have the big compound towards the extreme eastern edge, I think even that gives you a solid advantage right now in this game. Because either way the circle shifts, you will have some cover to take those fights before you rotate. But if you are outside the city and the circle is not in your favor, the next shift does not go your way, you are in a very bad position. You are not going to make it.
Exactly. I mean, that's just how it just, happens at the end. But now, right now, in fact, we can see a few players outside the city, outside those areas that are just, trying to find pretty good good place for themselves. But then again, we'll see by the end as for what happens. But slowly and steadily, though, Sus still trying to find out a few players, but they should not be worried about those players that are quite far away. Instead, they should be worried about the players that are quite close to them. In fact, right in the next building, because we know how important it is gonna get for these players overall if they just get on taking down these fights. 7C, on the other hand, they have a good compound for themselves, but all the players are split apart. They are trying to get most vision for themselves.
I mean, and with vision, you get a lot more extra information, and I think that information can be key in the decisions that are made in the later stages of the matches. But let's have a look at this. 7C Esports, quite a good formation by the three lads. They're holding individual compounds, so if one of them goes down, I think a fuel utility can be tossed. The lad can back off, come closer to his teammates. Easy revives are going to be there. Quite difficult to pick the entire team off in one go. Dictator, it looks like he has engaged against the lads of ElementriX. Did take, in fact, quite a massive hit as he was barely surviving with 2 or 3 HP on him. But look at this, Esports. Oh, that is not a good position right now in the line of fire. Quite clear line of fire, I might add, for Venom Legends to go on those hunts. Esports, their vehicles are going to take so much damage in this position. And if the circle does not shift upon them, they will have a very hard time moving out.
Definitely, they will have a very, very hard time just knowing how to move out in all these situations. 7C Ripson just onto the other side, though bad drive as well. Precious right now trying to find his own areas. Top has 14 bullets in that mini, has spotted on a few players, but well, Rafa takes one down, and Top would like to get that confirmation for himself. Rafa, on the other hand, he just confirms with the last bullet, otherwise it was going for Top. That's just, it's how you utilize your bullets in the righteous way. Meanwhile, SCE Pika around the open grounds for himself, not far away though, but still, still quite a bit far away from the other players of Stalwart, although they are quite close, and they are inside the circle, so they don't have to worry about anything. But as of now, John, think about it. 17 minutes, we have all the teams surviving. All the teams surviving.
Exactly, and I think we expected the game to be like this, since the terrain around the Yasnaya city, it's not quite easy to engage those fights and to go for those eliminations. We are seeing those individuals getting picked off mid-rotation, but not 4v4 squad wipes happen. T2K Jane has been picked off right now by the lads from Vibes, and Jiggle and Joker, they are quite close to each other, so they will be able to back each other up as one goes to secure the elimination point and the other one is just going to be providing a little bit of suppressing fire, making sure there aren't any other oppositions that can sort of create trouble for them. But hey, 17 minutes and we have the first squad wipe. Ocean Savage Esports are shown the exit to the game.
Finally, it just comes up. We just talk about it, but then again, it's just it's like slowly and steadily teams are now gonna go down as Sandesh takes down one from Vibes as well. Gelson takes down one from Raw as Rick just follows up. Legend, he is quite close to Jiggle. He needs to understand now. He spots him, is trying to take him down and will manage. Legend has a different form altogether today.
Yeah, Legend, I mean, he's playing like an absolute legend right now. And it is quite an impressive run that he's showcased up until this point. But Shiog, oh, Joker, he almost had it. Ryu is going to be taken down by Sandesh on the other side. Sandesh is going to fall down to Malik. So trades coming in for both the teams. But Shiog, the tree is behind. It's quite exposed. Joker knows exactly where he is. He's going to step into the pre-fire. Takes a lot of damage. Legend pushing forward with the AK in his hands to protect his teammate. Will he be able to do that? That is a big question now. Backs off to safety with the nade being cooked. Lobbed towards Malik. Will try and see if he gets the knock. The nade missing its marker. The lads from Vibes, they are still alive and they're still fighting as the fight comes down to a 2v2.
Situations again going bad. Legend needs to understand that he's kind of being surrounded from both directions. Oh, that nade was brilliant on him. And now it's down to Suyog. What can he do in this situation? Obviously, if someone has to finish down Legend, they might have to throw up a nade, because if they just, move forward, Suyog would be ready to take that confirmation. But then the clock is ticking on Legend as well. He might not survive this one. Suyog just puts down a smoke on his right, and from that side only, Joker just finishing him up, and Train to Kill as well bites the dust.
Yeah, down to 13 teams. Seal Esports, Leo, Demo, what are you doing? Yeah, should not have done that. Just straight up trying to drag race against the bullets. Will be destroyed, but Joker, he might be the next man to fall down. And maybe not. Does manage to survive. DRS, they're going to be blown to smithereens yet again. Happened in the last game, happens in this one as well. I think DRS should just start avoiding vehicles altogether just for today, though.
Yeah. But, well, what a brilliant, game just coming down for the players as Mafia Ninja as well. He would want to go for the hunt, I believe. He can go for the hunt if he wants to. I mean, there are plenty of fish in the sea in the situation. And it looks like he might as well just go for it. But situations again. Seal onto the back lines. The players are down and out. And airdrop, the next one getting taken up by Alex. Dictator, look at him. He is in a bit of a pickle situation. He's still alive. He's still surviving, but maybe not anymore. Oh, he's still surviving on a sliver of HP. How? That's the question.
Also, that's the second time that's happened to him. Even before, we saw him take massive amounts of damage from the lads of ElementriX and still stay alive on like 3 HP. But talking about ElementriX, they're not going to be standing for long. Delta with a very, very clinical spray will be able to find an opening. But now DRS! Oh! What just happened? Where did DRS get destroyed from? How did they get eliminated?
Oh, well, it just is happening in all these situations when we talk about the fighting stances and the fighting scenarios, as this is where the zone is. Every single place you're not looking, you will be getting shot from those sides, and well, that is happening overall. But then again, IHC, I'm pretty sure IHC might not survive in all these situations as they are being hunted down. Zeol follows up. I see. Does he see? That's the question. Does he see his fate? Raw. If he comes up, Raw is there. Raw is ready. Take him down. And Phantom on the backlines as well. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what is happening. I don't know what is happening. Because it's like a few fights are happening onto the grounds, while the other ones are getting taken down onto the water side. But then Stalwart, finally, they are getting good areas around the zone. Still, they are not inside the circle. I told you, Johnny, we want to see a game in which Stalwart is struggling to get the circle, and it looks like this is the game.
Well, yeah, as you said, this could be the match that Stalwart returns in with a vengeance as well. And, well, very important for them to secure those extra elimination points. They have secured 6 already. 4 more, and I think they can try to break their own record inside the matches today. It's going to be quite important that they manage to survive to the late game stages, because 10 teams still remain, 28 players still alive in this match, and the circle still has a little bit of the river separating the two landmasses that are there inside the zone. And almost every single team is fighting to control the bridge, the small little bridge that's there connecting the two parts of the island. So it's going to be very intense to see who makes it on the other side. Stalwart Esports, even though they have the edge, it won't be easy for them to move in. There is another team blocking their way, but in the meanwhile, 1952 might be out of the game as Evil Eye, he's knocked out. Gyaltsen will be able to secure the elimination, and 1952 slowly and steadily, their numbers are also being cut down.
The numbers are definitely just now going down in all these situations, but then again, Gyaltsen, the zone is going to damage this person if we talk about it, and 7C looks like they are also just now falling apart into pieces right now. DE needs to understand that they'll have to get a hold of this area. It is really, really important. And Stalwart, they're trying to move forward. DE right in front of them. Stalwart, this is the most important fight of their life right now in that gas station. And look at them making those smoke pathings, moving forward. Stalwart, they are jumping and punching. They are trying to avoid any obstacle that there can be in front of them. But Scry goes down as Phantom's Vexy was on the other direction. That actually stops Pika as well, as he will need to revive his teammate Scry. But Top follows up as well. Action is surviving. Action's quite far ahead. And the revival's happening onto the backline. Stop is out there as well. Deadeyes Guys, can they stop Stalwart in that journey of them being really, really rich? That's the question. The nades are definitely just, flying up here and there, and Scry follows up again as Vexy's nade gives another knock onto him. Pika, his only job right now. Wait, Action follows up with that Molotov, and this is where Vexy, he is confirming those numbers for himself. Now it's his turn to move forward. Pika still surviving in that position, in that place with that bus. But then again, Frag Boy just ends his misery. And now Vexy with that weapon, MG3, it's going ra-ta-ta-ta-ta, but no, it will be stopped down. Phantom, do they know? Do they have a plan B? That's the question, as Deadeyes Guys is stopping every team, and they are burning down the players.
Well, just burned alive, extra crispy. 1952 on the other side is going to be finished off, and as Phantoms have been finished off, almost all but one remain. Mad Max, oh, finally! Chari, in the right of nick of time, was able to spot out the last surviving player, finish him off. And as we've been talking about this ocean, I think this game is about to come to an end, and it's going to be Deadeyes Guys walking away with the chicken dinner in this match. They have the land area in their control. The rest of the teams are either in the water or do not have enough players to contest them to fight against the lads of Deadeyes Guys. The only team that can stop them is the one right next to them, and it's going to be quite interesting to see what their approach is going to look like right now. Vibes is the only team that has a possibility of stopping Deadeyes Guys, but they also lack a few key players. It's going to be a 4v2 situation that they will have to finish off this game with. And look at the nades being lobbed towards the lad of Skylightz Gaming. As Mafia Ninja Gyaltsen, they have been knocked out. AJ is the last surviving player, like always. And he is on the other side of the river, though. Pretty healthy with the HP bar. And has been spotted out. That's the exit for Skylightz Gaming, down to the top 4.
You're not speaking about any player now. we got that now, right? You're not talking about
Seal
any player.
Wally, Lear in the water.
All right, yeah, sure, you had to do that again. But then Joker, he needs to understand that this circle is not a joke at all. I mean, there are 2 players surviving from Vibes, and Malik is on the other side as well. Assault has been spotted down. Look at him trying to avoid all the shots, but Joker, I don't think so has any place to go. Deadeyes Guys, it looks like they are kinda in a bad situation because they have no place to just move out. Even if they move out, they'll have to take that slight damage of the zone. But then again, let's see. All right, they have moved out of this place, of this area. Deadeyes Guys is all the players. Johnny, this might come for Deadeyes Guys with Vibes has 14 eliminations. That's just brilliant. They might just move for more, but they have been spotted down as Shifu takes down Malik.
Well, Shifu has taken down Malik. That leaves all the pressure on Joker, and oh, Shifu, he knows where Joker is. His crosshair was perfectly placed onto Joker's position. Seal Esports, look at them. They are struggling right now inside the water. Leo is just about to get finished off, goes up to grab some air in his lungs so that they're going to be, well, still breathing for a little while, holding their breaths underneath the water. But Assault from Raw just going for a spray, one clip after the other inside. Just standing onto the shorelines, and I think Esports, they're going to be eliminated first, then it's going to be Raw. In the end, it's going to be Vibes taken out and Deadeyes Guys with the chicken. That's what I think is going to happen to the game, but hey, maybe I'm wrong, because Raw is the team to take an exit. Esports still inside the water, make it to the top 3, and they're going to be the happiest team in the lobby right now, because they had no opportunity of making it this far in the game, especially in this point. Look at that, 0 eliminations on the lads of Esports, but they're still walking away with 10 points in this match, down to the top 2, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final fight. It's 1v3, 1v4, sorry. That Joker has to clutch out for the win. He won't be able to do that. The blue zone takes him. Deadeyes Guys, no satisfaction for them on getting that final elimination.
At least they get $1,000 for themselves if we talk about it now. Their overall rank is 4, 12 eliminations, 27 points coming up for Deadeyes Guys. And this one, you know, Johnny, we talked about it, right? You had these exact words that this circle is going to be really easy for the Deadeyes Guys to play around. Well, they had it for them. They got that place. They just played around it, and well, look at them enjoying this winner chicken dinner, Johnny.
I mean, this game was laid out to them. As we spoke in the day earlier about Stalwart Esports having a fun time yesterday with the circle just being on them, I think this game in particular was Deadeyes Guys doing the same thing. Because again, no incentive to move. They are in the city of Rozhok, which is a pretty massive city, and for ages no one has dared contest Deadeyes Guys in that particular position. Because they have an interesting start. Usually you would see players that land towards Rozhok and the Water City just go for a widespread drop. Deadeyes Guys, they know that at any given point there can be a drop clash, especially in these international lobbies, and for that they do like to land a little bit closer to each other. So even if there is a drop clash, they will make it out with at least 3 players surviving, the best case scenario being all of them surviving, of course. But that sort of backup option that they've already set up sort of makes the other team sort of resist forcing any drop clashes against them. And in this game in particular, I think, again, starting from Rozhok, just slowly and steadily moving eastwards, Deadeyes Guys, they always had the advantage of being the first ones towards the cover. And I think that is the reason up until the late game stages, they were just doing a phenomenal job, just holding on to those compounds, and towards the end, just making sure that they were capitalizing on the numbers advantage that they have. But we will dive into the deeper discussion of this match, ladies and gentlemen, after this very short break. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro, ladies and gentlemen, which will be out in the market soon, very soon. So you guys can grab yourselves the winner chicken dinner with the Oppo F21 Pro. My name is Warren Super Johnny John, joined by Ocean Sharma. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 games for the day are over, and it has been quite an incredible start to how the situation has been laid out by the rest of the teams. I mean, first of all, the way we started the day, the top teams weren't performing very well. And then in the last match, we finally saw Deadeyes Guys living up to the expectations that we had from them. Stalwart Esports doing quite decent as well. But just 2 more matches remain, and the next one is going to be Sanhok. Ocean, what do you think is going to happen? And we will discuss that while we have a look at the MVP, which is Malik from Vibes.
6 eliminations, 996 damage, 2506 survival time, 3 assists, which is half of 6, 5 knocks, which is 1 short of 6. But still, going pretty good. Malik coming up with those elimination numbers, and definitely the team, I believe, had 14 eliminations. That's just incredible.
I mean, yeah, that is very, very impressive right there. But I think, again, we had these expectations from the start from Vibes, so I'm not too surprised that they are playing like this. Vibes has always been one of the strongest teams Nepal had to offer. It's just the fact that the other teams from the same region had a little bit more experience in the scene and competing on the international stages, and that's why it was quite easy for the other squads and the other individuals to adapt. Vibes, I think, now they have sort of brought themselves up to the position where they have similar experience and they know what exactly they need to change in their play style in order to compete based on what the other teams are doing. Followed by Malik in the list of top players, we have his own teammate Joker being there with 5 eliminations, 811 damage being dished out, and a survival time of 26 minutes and 12 seconds. This is quite interesting, Ocean. Deadeyes Guys, they did phenomenal in this match, and still we just see Chari there from the team.
It's like the elimination numbers, right? Vibes obviously had 14 eliminations or so, and Deadeyes Guys, they had comparatively less eliminations when it comes down. Obviously, they got 12, if I'm not wrong, and Shari had 5. He was on the rampage, to be honest, till the last moment. But Deadeyes Guys definitely did good, and this time we see a Nepali domination in this match overall. Phantom, it's really good coming up onto the first time in this scenario, and then they are just proving themselves day in and day out. That's really, really good. And look at this, Deadeyes Guys and Seal, 27 and 12. Seal, obviously, all the points that they got were the placement points. The number of points that they have in total are the elimination points of Deadeyes Guys. That is 12. 1 knock was just done by Seal's players, but then they could not confirm it. The total damage dealt is 231. That's all.
Oh man, I mean, Seal Esports, what was this game for them? Not really the same Seal Esports that we remember. Ocean, has the week 2 already begun?
I don't know. Day 2 has begun, and that's where we would say, just talk about it. But well, talk about match summary. You see Chari. All right, Chari, he's smiling good, I believe so. Longest elimination coming up with 239 on to his name. Map Ninja's there as well with highest knocks, highest damage, and eliminations coming down on Malik. We just talk about it. He has performed pretty good in the previous seasons as well. If you talk about the previous time when Vibes was there, or maybe the previous PMCOs and all those things, Vibes have had their own share of incredible games.
I mean, yeah, definitely. Vibes, they have had incredible performances, but still, I think they would be more happy if they were to secure those $1,000 for the chicken dinners. I think a few more for themselves. I think that's going to make the team happy. Otherwise, Vibes have been pretty consistent since yesterday. I mean, the performances are not lacking as much as you would expect. Vibes, they are doing a phenomenal job right now. I think I would love to see this team just keep this on till the end of the league stages, just make it to the finals with a good momentum already set for the team, so they don't have to start from scratch in the finals. But looking at the match rankings, I think the surprising exits that we saw earlier on were especially Savage. What happened to Savage Esports and the lads from JyanMaara? JyanMaara is, well, I don't know what to say. It's just that, like, even in the game, you barely notice where they are, what they are doing, and the moment you notice them is the moment when they are getting eliminated.
We just had a glimpse of our good counterparts on the other side of the desk, and definitely, they were actually. I'll tell you, they taught me something, and I don't know where is it. I just need to find it. It was. I'll maybe once I find, I'll get to it really, really soon, and I'm pretty sure So I was doing.
Is it what I think it
Ansh
is?
was what?
Is that what you're about to say? Is it what I think it is?
Yeah. Let's have a look at the Oppo movements right now as we just talk about that. So I was just doing. Sorry, Ansh was doing a live stream, and I just went to meet him, and then he was just he was teaching me some of the words, and then so. Oppo F21 Pro बाजार में चारे उपलब्ध होते हैं winner winner तपाई को chicken dinner अब Oppo F21 Pro को साथ में. This is what he taught me. And well, I wanted to just get it out of my system because obviously it was just like I know it's sometimes just for me it gets difficult to understand and memorize, but still I think I did a decent job. Audience, I want to know from you how good I was or how bad I was.
Ocean just being typical of how Ocean usually behaves, learns something new, instantly wants to show it off. Like, hey, this is what I know now.
Hey, I know something.
I know stuff. Basically, that's the thing.
It's like the Family Guy kind of a thing, Steve and Brian just
Yeah.
Hey, Brian, I learned something. So yeah, we're just coming down onto this one. Some amazing fights definitely happened in all these moments as we see the circle just shifting around to the sidelines of water. And this is where Deadeyes Guys had a good hold for themselves. They took down two important threats for them. One was Phantom, the other one was Stalwart. And as soon as they got rid of those teams, they knew it that the other threats are on the other side of the river, on the other side of the gas station. So they just had to look on that side and nothing else.
I think from looking at this game from a tactical perspective, I think there was not really much to break down in terms of tacticality. I mean, as we did, in fact, as soon as the game started, the first words I uttered was, Deadeyes Guys, they're going to have a fun time. Well, they had the fun time till they got the chicken dinner in the end with 12 eliminations. And from the beginning, the priority was going to be on the teams that landed towards Yasnaya, towards Rozhok. Especially if you had those solid covers early, which Deadeyes Guys had because they were on that gas station for a long time. I think, again, just being there gave you the advantage that you don't really have to do much. The other teams are rotating from open positions and they're going to be quite exposed and they're going to keep on fighting. That is why we do see high damage numbers on the team that took early exits in the game as well. I mean, even look at Venom Legends. They were out so earlier on in the game, but they walk away with almost 900 damage.
900 damage and 2 eliminations. Look at JyanMaara, 588 damage with no eliminations coming up for them. 1952 is still struggling. We'll see. We'll talk about these things here and there. Definitely. Skylightz on the 7th. Venom Legends on the 8th. They dropped down 2 points. Phantom, IHC. Vibes comes down to 99 points with no chicken dinner yet. And Stalwart perfectly balanced as all things should be. 57 and 57.
But Stalwart Esports, they need to buckle up. It's time to pick up the pace. Otherwise, they're going to lose the first position to Vibes. Still 2 more games to go, Ocean.
Yes, today they might lose that first position. It's a different Stalwart that we are seeing today as compared to yesterday. But Vibes, hats off. Come on, get those $1,000 as well, my friends. If you just don't want to celebrate being at the top position, though. But then again, this is where it is. 1952, JyanMaara. And now Savage has joined the party, if you talk about it, because these 3 teams, there's no green sign, there's no red sign. It's just 14, 15, 16. But DRS, I know it's a different DRS. But what just happened? This different DRS, previously with a different name, has showcased incredible performances.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even though the lineup has changed, the lineup that is there playing for DRS is a team that is capable of easily making it to the top 3. So it's quite a surprise that we see these individuals struggling right now. But I think that also goes on to showcase, Ocean, that the competition now has evolved. The Titans, the old Titans that are there, they won't be able to protect their legacy so easily. And the new players, the new teams that have been sort of, not exactly new teams, but the rebuilds that have happened with the rosters have definitely made them stronger. And right now, what I want to see in the next match, especially since it is going to be Sanhok, is to see what Vibes and Stalwart Esports are going to do. Because at the end of the day, being on the first position will give you a confidence boost, will keep the morale in the lineup quite strong. And the players, I mean, are definitely going to be quite calm and composed, because I mean you are doing pretty well. You are on the first position, for crying out loud. You can't go further than this. So I think that is something that is going to help out Stalwarts and Vibes. But Vibes, they're still, I think they're going to be motivated in the next match, because just 15 points separating them and Stalwart Esports, if they finish off not even with a chicken dinner but a top 3 finish in this game with 6 to 7 eliminations, and Stalwart Esports take an exit early, which has been happening quite a lot.
But
the first is gone.
I want to cut you off in this one, in this conversation, because yesterday Sanhok, it was the first Sanhok that we witnessed, right? It was quite a different Sanhok than we would just see. No one doing heal battle except 2 players only, and that too because they were the last players surviving, and that too in the last circles they were trying to go for the heal battles. Otherwise they were going for the fights. The first thing. Second thing is, every second team that we saw was fighting around Query was getting third-partied by a different team. You are Team A, there is a Team B, you're fighting, Team C comes in, takes down Team B. Then some other Team D comes in, takes down Team C. Some other team comes in, takes down Team A. All these things were happening around these areas, and I was like, what the actual fight is happening? And then we saw that just going down here and there, and I was like, okay.
But you know what? I live for those moments. I enjoy those moments quite a lot when those third parties happen. That's very fun to watch for me, because then instead of being a comfortable position now, since everyone is just trying to adapt on the fly, it showcases how much actual game sense that is there in the IGLs of the teams. Like how broad can they think, how much ahead of the competition can they predict their moves, and that becomes very important, especially as you mentioned. I mean, the last game is a perfect example for this, as you also were just talking about it. I mean, one fight is happening, there's a third team joining, and there's a fourth team chiming in. Your elimination points are being shared, which you do not really want, plus you are taking unnecessary damage from the other side. I think, again, teams like IHC, teams like Skylightz Gaming, as they are playing right now, in those situations would have normally disengaged. But since they happened so late in the game, they did not really have an option to do that. They had to force themselves into those positions. And Esports as well, I think, quite an interesting move, just straight up deciding, all right guys, just completely ignore the fights. We are playing to survive basically in this point. And they did in fact get those survival points, but I would have loved to see them play the same way that they were playing yesterday. Today it looks like Stalwart Esports have turned their switches turned off, Esports their switches turns off, Vibes Esports, they are just vibing quite nicely right now, feeling themselves inside the zone and doing really well, doing a phenomenal performance coming in from Vibes. But for the teams that were on the top 2 when we started off the day, I think, again, they need to pick up the pace, because Stalwart Esports, them in particular, they were very impressive, ladies and gentlemen. The reason we keep on mentioning Stalwart Esports again is because out of the 5 matches yesterday, they secured 3 chicken dinners. And today, they're struggling so badly. They went from 97 points in 5 matches yesterday to 114 now. Just like, what is that? Not a lot of points secured in the previous 3 matches. So not a good day so far for Stalwart Esports.
Definitely. But now, ladies and boys and girls, we will be moving on this next game when we talk about it, because obviously this is going to be an important game for us. Sanhok, we don't see much, a lot of Sanhoks. If we just talk about it, we see less number of Sanhoks. All right, let's see what everyone's doing. Who's trying to be the funniest here? All right, before we could just see that, I saw someone eating something out of a bowl though. So yeah, it just works up pretty good in every sense. You just need to be properly in your own senses. But this is the first and the last Sanhok of the day. You can call it the only Sanhok as well. We see the flight path, we see the players dropping down, hoping to get a chicken dinner for themselves and $1,000 as well. Everyone just changing up their own things for themselves. Till Cow, we see this flight path going down. That means Camp Alpha, Boot Camp Paradise, Query, it's Camp Charlie, Nakam. All those areas are in the vicinity. Hatin as well. Hatin is where IHC would want to drop down. DE just going to the areas around Camp Alpha. 7C dropping down to the right hand side. That's where most of their team goes down. Skylightz is going to the areas around Camp Bravo and the backsides of it. Savage would want to just drop down around the areas of Paradise Resort. 1952 going for the splits, the individual splits that they like, and ElementriX. It's been so many seasons. ElementriX always likes that area of ruins. They love it. They love to just get down to that area. Painan, we see Raw onto that area. Stalwart, they always have had this boot camp location for themselves. Anyone enters in, No one goes out but a Stalwart only. They love to have it for themselves. DRS on the other side. Look at them onto the southern side and circle. All right, it's quite a central circle. Can either go to bootcamp, can either go to query, and casting alongside me, it's gonna be Necro. Necro, what do you think about today's South Asian domination? I mean, Mongolian teams. In fact, Stalwart is struggling a bit.
I mean, look, I feel like Stalwart, they're already on the top. They're just going to take things a little slow, right? I mean, look, we know what they're capable of, and we know what they can pull off. I feel like at this point, Stalwart Esports, they're just sitting back relaxing. But maybe in the final couple of games, I mean, there's still 2 more games, right? Counting this one in. So I feel like maybe in the final couple of games, let's see in Sanhok, I feel like I have a strong feeling Stalwart Esports, they're going to claw their way back up. I mean, they're already up, but just maybe to get the momentum back in their hands.
You remember yesterday when we were just looking on to the fights, we saw so many third parties happening in the early stages of Sanhok. So do you think these players have learned their lesson, or are we gonna? Because I loved it, to be honest. Do you think we're gonna see the same things?
I mean, look, I'm a person of aggression, right? I just love aggression all across the board. And I am going to be in for a treat if there's going to be third parties like yesterday too. Now, look, third parties, it's really hard to expect most of the times, right? I mean, even if you have learned your lesson, you're going to try and take the precautions. But in the end, third party is called third party for a reason. They're supposed to catch you off guard. And you are going to get caught off guard.
Third parties happen. But for the person who's doing third party, it's a good news. For someone who's getting third party on, it's always a bad news. And then they're like, no, we hate it. But
the funny part is, if you're a player, you're going to blame the game. You're going to be like, oh, this is such a bad game, man. Come on, are you kidding me?
Yeah. Why is there a feature of third party in this game?
Exactly.
But then, that will happen. That will happen always. But right now, JyanMaara's position, see, it is good for a drop, but it feels like they are situated from each and every direction. On the north, it's Venom Legends. On the south, it's 1952. On their east, it's one team. On the west, like IHC, Savage, they are kind of surrounded. It's only a good thing that right now they are in the zone. And I believe they might just wait for a while. But then we'll see.
I mean, waiting for a while, I feel like right now, if I'm in the ride, I don't want to book it as quick as possible. Because we know Sanhok just stacked up quite early. You want to make sure at least you have a better slot in the zone, or if you're like Stalwart Esports who are capable of fighting their way through, then okay, you can just do whatever the hell you guys want, because we know what they're capable of. They're fighting crowds as well. But I'd see today it seems like things are going their way, so I'm gonna let it pass by.
Let's see what happens in these situations though overall. But right now, just like you said, right, Seal's demo, all right, he's just trying to move towards his teammates. Slowly and steadily, obviously needs to go for those looting stances. This team is pretty good, but then again, history has had some other things in its own books for this team. We know this team's capabilities, and we know how they fall down. C-Wine on the other hand, all right, he's just changing his stances probably, but C-Wine needs to understand that it's not 1, 2, 3, but all the 4 players of JyanMaara pretty close to him. I want to see him doing a peekaboo situation for someone. I want to see what he does. He's just lying down. He will not want to breathe as well, as someone might just hear him. Suzanne just moving on to the next house as well. No Fear is the last one who has to cross these houses right now, but I don't know what is happening. Imagine if he just gives up a random fire. I would love to see that, but what is happening is that from the other side, the other players in 1952 are setting up a perfect trap as they take down Gunner. And now JyanMaara is in a lot of a trouble situation. I don't know if they can come out of this, because C-Wine, I don't think so. They still know about C-Wine in this situation.
You think they can come out? I mean, so far in the lobby, they've just been free kills, and all the teams are able to rack them up easily. So now I feel like 19 Esports, they're at 1952, they've already got like the entire squad up, and this setup that they have against JyanMaara, it's like they're just pinning them down in that compound. It's going to be really tough for JyanMaara to even find an entry, because look how they're playing, right? They're playing really methodical. They're taking calculated risk. They're not really overpeaking themselves, because still the guy in the shack is still alive in the compound. And that's a big one too. Evil Eye's going to find Gunner. That's a big frag right there. The opening's being found, and now the opening's also going to be delivering with a lot of opportunities to try and capitalize on. 1952, though, still, they're taking things quite slow. They're not going to just push on.
Let's see. Let's see what happens in all these situations right now. JyanMaara, they know one of the players is down. Obviously needs a revive. The revive will just arrive in on time. And now Snipe is trying to move forward towards his own teammates. The best part for JyanMaara is that they have a few houses for themselves. They can just peek around from the windows and can just try and take down a few players. But then again, if that'll happen or not, that's the question. 1952, meanwhile, just trying to surround the players. And, well, they are being taken down as the damage received on C-Wine was quite an important one. Wally takes up the first airdrop for himself. We'll see what happens right now. No fear onto the back lines. Gunner still trying to spot down a few players from 1952. Evil Eye are right in front of him. Entry as well. I don't know. I believe this fight might as well just go on and on. This kind of a stalemate situation. Whosoever moves first kind of loses.
I don't know if you see, but Savage Esports coming. They're on their way.
Yeah,
they hear the gunshots. And I'm pretty sure now that this third party is going to be a big one, because you can see on the outskirts is JyanMaara on the right side, quite close. I mean, Gunner's right there. C-Vine 2 is going to be on the top. So it's going to be equal casualties for both the teams if third parties do come through. But so far, Gunner and Snipe YT, they're quite exposed from their backs, and they'll need to try and make sure that if Savage Esports do make a third party, they have those smokes lined up to try and make a crossway for themselves for the safer spot. But so far, 1952, it's like both these teams, right? They're not really doing that great so far, so they do not really want to go against the odds. And the confidence issues are clearly being seen as, oh, it's going to be JyanMaara who actually find the first blood this time. Gunner is going to open the fray up, as Entry is also going to follow it up. That's a nice trade from 1952, but it's not really worth it because the setup that they had was supposed to give them an advantage or edge over them. Oh, DRS, though, they're going to find an opening against ElementriX.
They definitely are going to find that opening for themselves. DRS right now just, trying to find out a good place for themselves. Rules, he understands. ElementriX onto the back lines of this big rock. So it's kind of a natural cover for them. Against DRS, though, from the backside, if some other team arrives, they need to understand it. But Sus is quite far away from the team. And Gunner was taken down as Entry just gets that confirmation for himself. The first elimination coming up. And on the other side, JyanMaara as well is trying to go for a good one. Entry, the splash damage of nades, in fact, yes. The plural is right, but the third nade, I don't think that's going to damage him anymore. Entry goes for that first aid, and now the Molotov is going to follow up. I don't know what's happening. I mean, Entry is still staying alive. Nothing's hitting that lad, and no fear. Looks like he legit has no fear right now, just speaking out and around. But Entry will be taken down, probably. The Molly's damage definitely hit him, and he barely manages to survive. Does he have enough first aids now? Already he's healing up again.
Was Entry sleeping behind that cover? I mean, I do understand. There was a little tough to try and cross over on the other side, but still, he should have done that before. As soon as those two nades were locked in. But it's okay. At least so far he's alive. That's all that matters. JyanMaara too. So for now, it's a 3-on-3 stalemate situation. I do see on the kill feed too, it's Jane taking a dig against Skylightz Gaming. One of the big teams now already. One of the players getting hurt. Not really great news for that team for sure. But I had this little question, right, for you. Now, when you play the game and you get third party yourself, has there ever been a rage moment where you just feel like you want to just smash the device?
No, I kill everyone, so nope.
That's cap.
That happens. So, yeah, no cap. But right now, 1952 Entry is going to be moving away. All right, that's a good move. He just survived, but then again, he was spotted on from the other side. So, Entry, he cannot do anything. Look at them using stuns as well. Entry cannot do anything in this situation, right? He kind of, it's either do or die for him. He might as well just die in the situation because it's quite difficult for him to just get out of that. The players are trying, but C1 is the one who just gets a few shots on him. Entry might just beat the next one. 1952 again, a bit of a pickle situation, a troubling situation. Look at them taking down Entry as well. 1952, 90 Diggory is the last man surviving in all of these situations, and well, he might have to run away.
How did this just happen?
Oh my god!
It's like JyanMaara is currently doing the worst, and now 1952 is doing way worse than them. It's like they're dropping down degrees right now. But yeah, 1952, in this fight, it's just the hesitation that honestly lost them, right? The confidence issues that we're seeing in these teams. If 1952 SNS, they found the opening, I feel like they should have just charged on forward, took the compound control, made sure that JyanMaara is suffocating to their own death. death because they already had Sivan in the compound playing that so well. He was keeping his position anonymous. As soon as the first opening was found, they should have just been a little proactive, and that could have changed the entire outcome of the game. But now Venom Legends with the third party, we talk about the third parties, and this is third party at its finest.
It happened today as well. As JyanMaara, they need to understand they are on the verge of losing one more player from their team. Venom Legends has just started off a pretty decent fight against these players, and well, with the man advantage that Venom Legends has, they would be looking on finishing it. Although this fight was happening, as a few players from Venom Legends are still around the areas of Paradise Resort, and look at this hustle from Savage just coming in, Eisenberg as well. So Venom Legends are being a part of a third party as well for themselves, against themselves in fact, and Savage, it looks like they are ready to answer Venom Legends by their own cup of tea. Eisenberg with that nade is just throwing it around, and now we need to understand what's going to happen, as Eisenberg is just going to find a good safety spot for himself. Savage, they're ready for a fight.
Oh man, Savage though, so far they're not really able to get like a clear line of sight on the players in the front. They just know that there is someone present right there, but that nade from the side of Venom Legends was quite close, or at least pulled up quite close, but still, all he could get was a bit of damage through that. The kill feed's definitely dancing, though, that's for sure. We're seeing a lot of frags on the board, on the kill feed. As any of these teams, as soon as they just give these gunshots away, there's a potential third party happening. But yeah, Venom Legends right here, this situation came down to a stalemate because Venom Legends too, they realize in this fight they're in a disadvantage because Savage Esports, for now, they have the high ground to play with.
They definitely have a good ground for them to just, play around with right now. But Dictator looks like he's going to crawl his way from one window to the other window. Meanwhile, an airdrop just coming up with the AUG and a 4x scope around the areas of Paradise, which definitely just looks a viable option for someone if someone has a death wish to go out in the open and just loot it out. I don't know, if someone gets a good cover, they might as well just get down onto these areas, but this is where it is. And the previous airdrop gets taken up by Delta from DRS. Godless on the other side, he needs to understand that someone's coming and he has a DBS. I want to see this. I want to see this DBS in action. 1952's 90 degrees. Looks like he has that TPP angle for himself, but Godless with that TBS. 1952, another game, and they are the first ones to be eliminated. It looked like 1952's last man, 90 degree, he went in front of Godless all by himself, like it was his wish or something.
I don't know about the wish, but that DBS, man, god damn, that thing just shreds him. And 90 degrees, he's going to feel that for sure. The pain's going to be there in his chest after getting obliterated, just devastated by that DBS right there. But yeah, the next zone shift, I feel like that's going to be a big one, which is going to be deciding a lot of teams' fate on how they want to play things around. Now, Seal and 7C, they're all the way out in the blue, tanking a lot of damage at the same time. I want to see if one of those are at least going to go for a med strat or not, because they were engaged in the fight for a really long time, so I'm not really expecting any of these teams to have those meds to work for themselves.
Well, we'll see, the situations that are happening in all of these situations. All right, that was quite a weird wordplay by me. But then again, Sanchir is trying to move forward. Savage, in fact, all these players, they had a good start for them. I don't know how far away they can just, move forward. I mean, I'm imagining a third party coming up again. I don't know why, but it's Sanhok, and this is kind of a new trend that is happening in the map of Sanhok, though. UMP, it's a weapon that everyone just loves to wield and loves to just use it around with the pretty good movement that they just go for, and also 0.45 ACP, not just getting much more space in our backpack. So it all just works up pretty good. Meanwhile, Savage's players looks like they are still trying to find up a good place for them.
Oh man, they're definitely unsettled, right? And at this point in the game, it's going to be really tough to find yourself a compound that's still uncontested. Seal over here in the outskirts still need to make it in one of those teams. But now you have Venom Esports. Oh, JyanMaara, that's not great news. A Snipe YT goes down. One of the big mans eliminated now at the game. Venom Esports, just a little bit of sprinkle of salt in the front, and also they're going to start licking their lips after getting that frag, because that was pretty much a free one.
Right now, Phantom just, trying to find out good areas. What is happening? Here and there, here and there. They are just, trying to maybe just get a hold of some good spaces. And Mafia, Gyalzen, they as well are trying to find out someone. I don't know why I feel Skylightz, they have some danger above their head, and obviously we can see that, but their spidey senses are not tingling yet.
Man, we gotta make him tingle, huh?
Look at this. Look at this.
No.
Eisenberg, the map of the snakes. The snake just coming pretty close. The snake, it's ready. It's ready with that nade. Mafia Ninja. Oh, that low toss.
That's underhand toss.
Oh, no! Nothing happened. But now they know, and Mafia Ninja's running away. Oh,
he's like, F this, I'm going back, man. I'm too scared to be here. It's too paranoid of all the ground around him. So yeah, Savage Esports, at least they're able to shake him away from that ground. So now they can try and move around a little bit more freeway. But yeah, they have all their 4 players alive. Now, we talked about Savage Esports. The previous game was pretty rough on them. But hopefully they're able to at least get a decent game in this one. They only have 1 elimination point. That's not going to help them quite a lot to at least set the ground in the future. But you also need to understand, this is the region where things are taken really slow in the early game. So I'm pretty sure later on, things are going to it's just going to be a complete hell-breaking lose.
AJ, Nima, in fact, Nima now he understands that someone is on the above ground. Sanchi onto the back lines as well. I mean, that nade, imagine had that nade just connected. It would have been a different story. But then, it's kind of a second life that was given. But then again, the circle moves to Query as well. We saw a Query circle yesterday. We saw a Query circle. We are seeing a Query circle today as well. Vibes is a good place inside the zone, and Venom Legends Savage is ready for it.
Oh, Steel Shot goes down. The other player's wall is quite exposed and just oblivious about the fact that there's another player from Savage on the right. Savage playing that so well, that setup right there. Just these 2 players are obliterating them. And now it's all down to the final man all the way in the compound. He's also taken a lot of damage from the blue zone. But they have no other choice. The play zone will probably just keep on taking that damage. And Venom Legends, they have no other option rather than to just tank it as much as possible. Savage Esports, though, so far, they're not really having any kind of line of sights again in the back. So this might just be a way to find an opening for Venom Legends if they do decide to move in. Eisenberg, oh, that buggy is not safe, I'm telling you right now.
It's not at all. But right now, Nima, AJ, they're also just, trying to move forward in all these situations. Mafia Ninja, Gyalzen on the other side. Mafia Ninja is trying to spot down someone. Phantoms players on actually quite close to them. And now Skylightz, they need to understand they are undefeated in Sanhok as of now, because obviously 1 match happened of Sanhok yesterday and they got a chicken dinner. So right now they are undefeated in this map. But then again, we'll have to see and understand what happens, as in less than 5 minutes, I'm pretty sure the game's going to close out and we have 15 teams, 51 players surviving. Seal, they are on the other side of Query. Let's see how they just make their way.
Tough situations for sure. And I also want to take a glance on IHC. Now, of course, the viewers in the chat cannot see, but IHC is like right on the edge of this zone, of the play zone, and it's going to be really tough for them to rotate in because teams in the front are Skylightz Gaming and Venom Esports just trying to hold them off. So it's going to be really tough for them to try and find the breach through. But Savage Esports right here, having a great positioning over 7C. Also have this little high ground to play off of it, but 7C, I feel like they have no intentions of peeking out just yet because, of course, they're in the circle. They don't need to.
Oh, let's see, what's going to happen as ElementriX is trying to find out good places as well. They're trying to spot on a few players, and Deadeyes Guys, looks like, they have spotted on a few players. They have been spotted on the other side. Look at the damage that was happening right around that tree. But then again, it was not exactly a thing. But ElementriX need to understand that assault, in fact, raw from the other side. They are trying to take down a few players. Kazi, he is doing good as he takes down 1 as well. And Deadeyes Guys from the other side. The ElementriX, it looks like they are stuck. They are stuck in a bad situation now.
Oh, there's no way out from this. Yeah, you're right. Also, Deadeyes Guys, they're on the right side. Raw in the front, just trying to hold them off at bay. And then you have another team in the front, too. It's going to be Vibes now creating a little bit of trouble, I'm pretty sure, for Raw to try and breach in the zone. A lot of damage taken from the play zone, too. shot it from the back. It's going to be Deadeyes Guys trying to spoil their hopes and dreams. And also the glimmer of hope inside this game is raw. They're getting dismantled now. 3 players already taken down. Kazi is waltzed in the front, quite exposed. And now it's all down to Rig. The final man alive, the final glimmer of hope. But look at the amount of damage that he's taken. It's going to be hard to sustain.
Oh. I see. Still just, trying to move forward. We're down to 13 teams, 40 players surviving. True Love was taken down a while back, and obviously that was the exit that just, arrived out there. And looks like now Skylightz is in a bit of trouble as Savage's players are taking down the players one by one. Hustler, Hershey, they are doing pretty good. And IETC is in a bit of a trouble situation as well. They have to get inside the circle. 150 meters is the distance between them and the circle. Godless, he knows it's important. But look at Savage's position. Obviously, they took up a brilliant fight right now against Skylightz Gaming. And now they have that area around Query as a circle shifting on that side as well. And IETC will have to move from around the zone in the situation. And AJ, well, it looks like he's in a bad spot, bad situation, and I don't know what's gonna happen.
Oh man, just look at the amount of teams. They have no other option than to just tank that plays on damage. Taking a lot of it for sure. Venom Esports right here, raining down bullets to Savage. Eisenberg, a little too exposed there, Pod. Wasn't really able to get back to safety. The smoke's just gonna provide visual blockage, not the bullets. But yeah, it gets taken down. A great find from the side of Venom Esports. Then we have Max 2 right here. Savage Esports doing such a great job so far of survival and also inflicting damage, but Venom Esports just spoiling their dreams. IETC the dip 2 from the back. It's going to be another player, Venom Esports, just raining down death and destruction, but they still fight back somehow. Look at Zol. He's barely alive on a sliver of health.
Oh, that definitely is going to be concerning right now, but more concerning is that now Vexy needs to understand that there are players on the backside of him as well. Raw Sports, they mark an exit. Now Vexy is looking at that direction. He understands the players on the right and the left, but it looks like he is going to be taken down now in the situation. I mean, there are 4 players who are jumping and punching, obviously just, trying to not give up their footsteps, and he understands. Look at him. Look at his cam. He's just being patient. He's just being focused in all of these situations. And Mad Max on the other side, he knows he's inside the circle. He knows he has a central area for himself. Skylightz Gaming also marks an exit in the situation. Malik just, trying to find up a good place for himself as he will just stay on those grounds. Vexy, all right, goes down. From the backside, Alex, he needs to confirm that. Otherwise, Vibes will. He throws up a nade, but it looks like the confirmation will be done from the other side as Ryu from Vibes gets that.
Oh man, things are looking so dicey for these teams, especially Savage Esports. Oh, one of the players separated out from the other. It's going to be tough to get the rest back up. Sanchir, I'm pretty sure, is being pinned down right there. Will expose his head, and he's actually making his way towards Hustler. So maybe Hustler is going to be safe to get back up so far. But Vibes right here, they still need to make their mark in the zone. Shouldn't really be that tough of a task, but look at the amount of players that's being knocked. It's Malik taken down, then you have Ryu as well taken down from that side. 2 RGR. Not really that great of a thing, but this nade right here from Icy might just change a lot of course, and yes, it does. That's the big man, Jiggle, taking care of Joker in the front, going for a bold res. Is he going to be able to do so, though? Icy's so oblivious of the fact that the man's quite close.
Well, it definitely is, but right now, Zol, he has a DBS in the final zones. I want to see this. We all want to see this. What can he do with that DBS? Well, he is doing. He is doing stuff with that DBS. IETC is enjoying the Sanhok for themselves as the DBS just comes in handy. All right, we are down to 3 teams right now. That definitely, is not looking good as Zol is getting shot at from the other side. It looks like he does not understand where the players are. Ooh. Takes down Leo though, but Demo is quite close to him. He's using a first aid, although not a lot of HP lost on this lad. Alex on the other side is trying to move forward as well. T2K, quite close.
Oh, man. IETC, though, still. The way they're playing this is just so well. IETC, they have a little bit of high ground dip to play around with, but they still need to leave the high ground and make it inside the zone. And Demo might just find himself a free opportunity to try and strike. IETC. Alex right there in the front. Seol from the back trying to wrap around. Seol! They decide to strike in. Demo is going to find the opening, but the confirmation still stolen away by Wally. Okay. A little bit of a teammate steal, but it's okay. Demo now is also going to start to expose himself as he realizes he also somewhere down line, it's going to be a little tough for him to try and make it in. So Nate's lopped in from the side of Alex. He thinks that there's someone behind the tree, but a great repositioning from the side of Demo.
Well, definitely just trying to find out those areas. Leo, look at his helmet. It's totally done for, and he's still just trying to get a part of the that fight for himself. We'll just talk about it. We'll have to see what happens in all those situations. And right now, if you just take a look into this situation, while he's trying to move forward, he knows he is onto a death trap, but he would still want to go for it. And well, there he goes down. Demo goes down as well as Alex, the last member surviving, is trying to go for the fight. And Leo, that superhero landing all in vain. Sandesh, look at his HP. He's on low HP. He is down on sliver of HP, and Alex is moving forward. Sandesh, he has no time to heal, but he has time to die. Maybe he will be taken down as IHC gets one of the finest chicken dinners we have ever seen in this PMPL. Talk about using DBS. Talk about using the final fight in your favor. What a game, IHC. What a game.
Dude, I called it. I called it yesterday, right? I told you, IHC, they're going to bounce back on day 2 because I had a feeling. I wanted to see them in the top 3, and I'm pretty sure now IHC, they're pretty much really close to also getting that top position. So, IHC, all you guys need to do is consistent game even in the final with a lot of elimination points, and maybe you guys will potentially surpass your own counterparts, which is Stalwart Esports.
I don't know. We'll see, how they surpass those pointers right now, because obviously they are at the 4th position in the overall. But then again, I mean, Necro, they had one of the finest performance right now. You talk about it. Godless was using DBS first. Zol was using DBS after that. Alex went down to the final fight. Alex has shown that MVP potential in himself when we talk about it. But IHC just coming up really strong. Look at how they utilized their time. Seal, they had one player that dropped down, took down Sandesh to 1 HP. 1 HP. And then Alex was like, yeah, this man just had the fight, so let's move forward. But then again, ladies and boys and girls, we'll talk about all these fights in a little while. We'll see you guys after a really short break on the other side. Well, ladies and boys and girls, we are back on the Pro League South Asia, and well, this was an incredible game that we just witnessed. One of the finest games that it just came down in Sanhok in the final circles. We know Query's difference is that height advantage that Query just gives you, and the player on the lower side, well, the mobility gets lower as well because of the water lines that there are. But then again, it was an incredible game, Necro.
Dude, overall, it was just an absolute utter chaos in the end. And this is what was expected. I'd see too in the end that DBS play. Maybe now that's the way to go, right? Just whip out a DBS, just start pushing the teams behind the rocks and get some easy elim points for yourself, because he was just able to blow them in just one couple of bursts with the DBS. And overall, though, let's take a look at the MVP and let's find out who is going to be the man of the hour off that previous game.
Well, let's have a look at the MVP right on our screens when we talk about it. And definitely, there would be that one lad that had the most impact when it comes down to this game. And it was Wally from Team Seal with 3 eliminations, 810 damage, 25 survival time, 3 assists, 4 knocks coming down to this lad. Definitely amazing performance.
Oh yeah, 810 damage all by himself. Those are some big numbers from the side of Wally. He tried his best to fight back in the end, but it was just overall I'd see domination coming through. I was actually about to call them Zeus because, I don't know, whenever they take the chicken dinner, I just always get thrown back to Season 3, with how they played. And now, overall, in second day 2, it seems like it's just a little replication of that. Because so far, in the past couple of games, it has been the domination of IHC. Like, taking a look at the top players, of course, Wally's going to be on the top. And then you have Alex right underneath him on second spot with 5 elimination points and 591 damage. Now look at the conversion right there.
Yeah, the conversion definitely just came up pretty good. Alex on the second one, 559, just like you said. Sandesh coming up 4,452. Ryu 4,468. Joker 3,567. All of them obviously separated by these stats, and obviously the survival time as Sanhok just gets really volatile with the survival numbers for players here and there, like just coming up good, bad, ugly, crazy. That's what Sanhok is just all about. But then again, you see those player badges right right next to their faces, right? Everyone just had that assaulting power for themselves, and that definitely shows the way these players have performed, except Wally, who has a scouting badge right close to him. But then again, if we talk about first and second team, you see the difference. 11 eliminations versus 5 eliminations, 26 points versus 17 points. The average survival is pretty close, though obviously separated by a few seconds here and there. But then again, that shows even though IHC was losing players, they had that composure for themselves.
Exactly. This also shows the amount of fights that were challenged from the side of both these teams, right? IHC, of course, being a little proactive in the previous game. That's where they also have a little bit more damage received. Just a little bit more, though, because TDK, too, we did see TDK had to fight their way inside the zone. So overall, TDK, a huge round of applause for them, too, for trying to be at least, or trying to be right next to a top team like here. And as you can see, 11-5, there's a huge difference right there. The conversion from the side of IHC, it's like if they challenged the fight, they tried to get the conversion through. And that's what we saw in Alex's stats too, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Wally on the other side, highest damage, 810. Leo with the highest assist. So Team Seal definitely tried to have really good numbers for themselves, although it did pan out pretty decent. T2K on the other side, just like we talked, right? They had the longest in elimination. Obviously, they were second, so they got those points as well for themselves, which in turn, comes up pretty good for the players when we just, talk about it. So, yeah, let's see how these situations will pan out for them in the later game. To be honest, that's going to happen in a while.
Yeah, the final game definitely is going to be a game to watch, because I feel like in the final game, Stalwart Esports, they might just wake up and they would realize that, okay, even though we were on the top, the cushion now is gone, and we need to get the cushion back up. So maybe a nice way to end the day on a good note, right? Just get a chicken dinner, end things on a great note, and pretty much all the eyes on you again. And your social media manager as well will post a lot of memes on that. But take a look at the match rankings right here. IHC, of course, in the top with 15 placement points and 11 eliminations with 26 total. Seal right underneath them. Seal also getting quite a consistent performance with Vibes. I mean, look, I feel like we need to talk about Vibes here, because Vibes, even though they're not really getting that much amount of limelight, the way this team is consistent is just another level.
I mean, I'll say Vibes is performing. They're not coming under the limelights as per se, that, they're not having a brilliant clutch or anything, but they're performing. And that performance matters, right? Every time you say this team has, in fact, in the previous PMPL championships, right? You've seen this team just showcasing good composure for themselves. Obviously, different players here and there, but then Vibes has performed in those times as well. Vibes is performing now as well. It's not the limelight performance. They're not doing really great, but they are doing good. They are happy where they are. They're happy how they are going, and they're not doing bad. That matters.
I mean, hey, look, you can call me gold digger, feel free, but I care about that money more. So teams that are making the money, who are getting a lot of chicken dinners, of course the limelight's going to be deserved for them. And they're so far, I'd see, I mean, some nice chicken dinners back to back. They're probably going to get $2,000 in their pockets. What's up, man? I know you've got something to say after that.
I would not want to call you a gold digger, to be honest, the way you, no. But well, just coming up right now, we have the zone analysis on our screens, and we see where the circles just, going up, and obviously it just moved down to the southeastern side, alongside the areas of Query. That's where the zone was. You see how many teams are? See, look at this. Right now, they're outside the zone. They were trying to make up their marker around the circle. Vibes, well, they were at that area right from the beginning. They were moving. Stalwart, you see them. IHC, we know this team, likes to move quite a bit slow around the circles, and as soon as the circle shifts there, it's real, and IHC had to they had to make their way from around the zone for themselves.
Look at that, 1952. They got eliminated really early off. I'm surprised that JyanMaara did actually do pretty good. I mean, comparing their past performances and comparing how many points they have in 2 days combined so far, I mean, I would say they really did really freaking good compared to like how are they doing and so far in the past, right? I mean, a freaking good performance from their side. And then if you take a look at Seal right here, TDK. And as I said, Wally was trying his best to keep his team alive in the end, but he got a little too ahead of himself in the end there, and also the zone not really favoring them, shifting right in the smack center, so they also had to move out in the open and try and close the distance between his zone. That's where things kind of got out of hand for them.
Well, let's have a look at the Oppo moments as well. Just like you're describing it, it's better when it's visually represented in the Oppo F21 Pro movements. When we talk about all of them, you see how JyanMaara, the starter of this fight against 1952 tried to have that that pressure back. They tried to give it back to JyanMaara, but then again, they kind of just failed around in this situation.
Exactly, and as you take a look at this Oppo F21 Pro moments, and right as you see Hustler too, right? Savage Esports, not gonna lie, the survival game that they showed in that previous game was really on the mark right here. Godless, of course, just eliminating 1952 out the equation, and then JyanMaara too just fighting back in this one. Vibes right here, again a consistent performance in that previous game. So far, Vibes doing really great. Savage, as I said, they were just firing on all the cylinders. They were able to get those elim points for themselves as well.
Oh,
hopefully,
this one.
the consistency is kept moving on forward.
That knock that happening on the players of Phantom, right? That was brutal, to be honest, by IHC. And now look at this, how they were just moving forward with fights. And Zol with that DBS. I mean, who uses DBS in the last zone? And Zol was like, nope, it's always me. I would love to do that. And look at this, Sandesh. He barely managed to survive. He did not have enough time. And that's where only one bullet was supposed to connect. It connected. Everyone was happy. And IHC was like, yeah, we're going to enjoy this one for ourselves. And look at the damage stats that Seal had to.
Oh my god.
59.
Oh, now this proves that this team really had to fight their way through in the zones. And 8 elim points, and then also having 2,059 damage racked up for yourself. I mean, those are some insane stats right there. Then you have Vibes right next to him with the second most highest damage with only 7 elim points. So the elimination conversion is not really there. So this means they were engaged in quite a lot of long-range fights.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely got good fights, in fact, for themselves. Savage as well, just like we said, And JyanMaara on the backlines, obviously, they got 4 eliminations, but then 1,018 damage coming up for them. And this is where the points are changing paces and places.
Vibes.
Stalwart 117, Vibes 114, Seal 112. I want to see if any team topples up Stalwart. In fact, IHC is there at 104 points as well. 3 teams have their chance on toppling Stalwart Esports in the last game. Will they be able to do it? I mean, 2 games before, I remember Stalwart being at 114. They have not had enough points today. Oh my god. They started with what, 98 points in the start, and well, it's just not been that good of a deal for Stalwart today.
Okay, look, I'm gonna call it right now. Stalwart's gonna win the final game. I know it's a big mouth move to go on, but I'm going to say Stalwart's going to take the final game. Now, I don't know why, I just have a huge feeling right there, because I feel like whatever has been so far, Stalwart, I don't know if that's a fluke or not, but I honestly feel like it's just more kind of like sometimes players trying to play with other players' mentality, right? We've seen, that in the past too. And then you have JyanMaara. This is why I said, right? JyanMaara did really freaking good in that past game, because so far the points they had for themselves, they pretty much almost had like 3 elimination points. And that's big, right? I mean, considering so far they only have 10 points.
They're trying to, keep up with that momentum that they are trying to start, but obviously it's not happening. Tomorrow is going to be the last day of a Super Weekend, so if they want to collect more and more points, it should happen today and tomorrow. And today it's just 1 game remaining, that is Erangel. And after that, we'll see 5 games tomorrow. That means only 6 games are remaining right now. And it is going to be really, really important for all these players to just showcase their incredible gameplay. But then again, for the teams that are in the bottom half of the table, they need to understand if they fail to qualify, next in the next league play days, some other team will come and they would want to topple up those points for themselves, because for them the first obstacle is going to be those teams that are at the lower point bracket. So they would want to go for it, and I'm pretty sure a team. There might just be a few teams that are learning how these teams play in the league play days and how they play in the super weekends.
I mean, talk about the learning curve. Yeah, hopefully it is there now. The 4 teams that are in the bottom, hopefully they have their notebooks out. They're noting all the strats down, how these teams are playing, because that's what they really need to do. Especially Avon Esports sitting out, being the veterans of the lobby right here, and still they're sitting out in the first super weekend. That's quite a questionable thing from their side. But yeah, as you said, JyanMaara, now they're pretty much on the verge that we can start questioning, are they even going to be able to like qualify in the super weekend too? Because I feel like the bottom 4 teams, they're going to have that fire burning in them, and they would want to qualify in week 2.
Definitely, they would want to just get that qualification going on for themselves when it comes on to the other upcoming weeks. And obviously, those $1,000 with each and every game, it always is on the line. You know it, right? Every team wants to get the hold of. I mean, even if you're at 16 position, 15 position, something. Once the game starts, you have that thing on your mind. Let's get the $1,000 in this game. This game will get us momentum started, and every team wants to get it for themselves. But so far, it has been that IHC and Stalwart, they've had more share of these points for themselves, of these numbers, for themselves. And well, we'll see. But then let's have a look at the player cams as the game is about to begin.
Exactly. And buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. It seems like it's now my time, to say bye-bye to Ocean, because Johnny's pretty much going to be back from on his desk. But yeah, as you take a look at the player cams right here, ladies and gentlemen, everyone's getting ready. They're also getting those bet sheets or those blankets on top of him. As you can see, Joker right there in his little cam, he's getting that blanket on top of him, making sure he's getting that warmth. He's feeling that fire. He's getting hot and ready, because the final game of the day of day 2 of Super Weekend Week 1 is about to start, ladies and gentlemen. Fasten your seatbelts as the plane is going to fly on top of the map of Erangel. But this time, an interesting plane flight path. What is going on with this? I mean, it's a pretty rare sight to take a look at such kind of plane flight paths, right? All the way on the other side. Imagine the teams that want to go all the way down south. For example, teams like Stalwart Esports, who like to drop in Nova Reply. Now they will need to try and readjust somewhere else. An interesting turn of events for sure, because playing fly path just screwing over so many teams. But IHC having a really great performance so far. IHC with 104 points, and now CL2 with 112 points. It's the Mongolian domination for sure. And then it's just Vibes, right? Who haven't really getting that limelight for themselves, but also in second place, just being consistent throughout the days.
I mean, they have been pretty consistent, but I mean, it is going to be required that they just, secure this final game for themselves, as you were talking about Vibes Necro. And I think if they do that, that's going to be some extra style points for the team, being able to secure the win and the first position at the end of the day. I mean, Vibes, they're going to try their level best to go for it. But look at this. As you mentioned, Necro, the trajectory of the plane was a little bit weird. It was quite interesting to see how the teams were going to drop. And in fact, since the trajectory was leaning heavily towards the north, almost every single team that likes to go towards the southern drop location has taken an early exit. We do see Stalwart Esports starting off from the position of Zarki, and Stalwart Esports, although, have decided that, well, they're not going to go anywhere except Nova Repnoy, so they're gliding towards the farm position. They would get close to the bridge and then cross over to the other side.
Exactly. I mean, so far, Alex also being a rookie, he's doing such a great job, right, Johnny? I mean, It's like being a rookie, we haven't really seen this man in the past play so well, and Alex comes in, dominates the entire field. I don't know what kind of mindset he was in this PMPL, but so far, the way he's playing, it seems like IHC, they were looking for this exact teammate in the past as well. But Seal, they find the opening right here against Skylightz Gaming, one of the big teams out there. And already, it shouldn't really be that tough of a task for Demo to try and get the confirmation. He also was checking the around areas, making sure no one's really around him. So this should be an easy confirmation. Mafia Ninja gets taken out. One of the big threats neutralized from the lobby. But Demo, he needs to try and reposition as quick as possible. But we have Wally in the back that's going to try and provide that cover fire. But the amount of damage that's being inflicted onto Wally, that's quite insane. He does have 2 first aids. I feel like, Wally, you should maybe try and patch up yourself with the first aids. Skylightz Gaming already handicapped early off, Johnny.
I mean, not the start that they wanted, but something they will have to deal with later on in the game. On the other side, though, Seal Esports, as we did talk about them a little bit earlier, Skylightz Gaming is quite close to them. Oh, look at this. ElementriX in a world of hurt, as I see the man who has found the first, opening the first, what would be, in fact, the first of the many casualties from the side of ElementriX and IHC. They will look to capitalize, as they know the lad has been left completely isolated out in the open. No way for Incus to be back into the action, and that's a free point right there.
Exactly, a free point. A lot of teams getting handicapped early off this time, and something we don't really enjoy seeing, because ElementriX one of those teams, I mean, okay-ish in the overall rankings, but at this point in the final game, every single team would want to make sure they're ending things on a great note. And Johnny, just want to throw it out there, or just want to ask you, how you doing, man? How you been feeling today?
I mean, I'm feeling pretty good. Was just a little bit hungry when the day started, and in the earlier matches, but I have had some food in myself now. I am back to 100. Hopefully, the lads have done the same. I mean, it is going to be pretty important for these players to be hungry for those chicken dinners, because let's not forget, if you are not hungry for the chicken dinners, you are missing out on the future meals as well, because every single chicken dinner brings with it $1,000, which can be used to buy a lot of food.
Ooh, I like how you think right there, Johnny. This is why me and you get along pretty well.
Yeah.
Exact reason. But you still don't really eat a lot of food, so that's the problem, right?
See,
so you need to
might
eat
not look like it, but I do like to eat.
No, you don't. You don't eat a lot of food, Johnny. Like, you cannot even finish one bread and omelet.
But I can finish a chicken dinner.
That's cap. You don't. You can't. You can't. Johnny, you're
See
too
what I
skinny
did
for that. But yeah, some great banner between us. But hopefully, these teams, though, I mean, in the battleground, no one's going to be friends with each other. They're going to be their enemies. So yeah, even if they have friendships in real life right now, it's time to convert all that friendship, all that niceness into anger.
That's such a weird thing to say if you're not if you take it completely out of context and yeah, take the niceness, convert it into anger. But I do agree with you. I mean, that is what will be needed from these lads if they want to move forward and further into the tournament. For now, we do see the lads from Raw Esports just trying to regroup, I guess. That's their priority right now. What they want to do is just have all the 4 players in one spot and then make sure that they have priority in the circle as well, and they don't have to move around too much, because that is where Raw was struggling in the previous matches, and quite a lot, in fact, with their rotation. So if you don't have to rotate, if you're in the center of the circle, well, you're going to be safe for a long time.
Venom Esports on a really quick rotation this time. Do realize the depths of the situation. They do realize they want to make it inside the zone as quick as possible. But you know what? I really want to see JyanMaara actually bounce all the way back from the bottom. Like, I feel like this team has it in them, right? We've seen in the past, Johnny, over the years, in the past. And now I do understand they went through a couple of changes here and there, but I still feel like this roster they have, the players they have enough amount of experience. They have the caliber to try and make it up top. I don't know what's the problem here. We do see a lot of times, right? Sometimes they try and get the communication through, but there's a lot of communication issues between the team. And I don't know what they can do to try and fix that, because every single team in here, they are here for a reason, right? They're here to prove something. They're here to represent their country. And I'm pretty sure in the end, if they do decide to, you know, try and experiment things a little bit, if something's not working out, that's always going to be a good choice.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, it is definitely going to be quite a good choice, and it is going to be quite interesting to see what is going to happen with this fight, as well as Sandesh is trying to see if he can take down the lads of Savage Esports. Has a few of them pinned out, but Legend, as soon as the heel kicks in, he goes for it, dishes out a little bit of extra damage, but from the flank, Legend, he's taking those hits, and even though Eisenberg has been taken out, I mean, Train to Kill, they need to be extremely careful, because they will have to cross the river if they want to secure this finish early. Otherwise, they can just leave the lad, prevent his teammates from getting close, and then just deny the resurrection. But plans are different, as there is a charge, and Sandesh is going to find another important knock. Hustler will be down on his knees, and I believe Savage Esports, they will not be in this game for a long time.
Oh my god, TDK too. Pulling up quite close. And look at Savage. Oh, they're also now. I mean, the split is there from the side of Savage, but unfortunately, a little too split up. As Sanjiro again is going to be on the front, and he's also going to lose that one-on-one right there. Sandesh now also getting the advantage for his team with that duel initially. TDK would need to try and reposition as Hustler is just crawling his way back to safety. And he's still knocked out. He's going to cross over from the waterways as Sandesh is just looking for an opening. A little opening found, and Archie's able to find the opening too. Nice equal trade right there, but Hustler is still knocked in the water. Savage Esports, there's going to be a lot of pressure. They need to finish this fight in time.
Well, yeah.
Oh my god, this flank.
As you said, they need to finish this fight in time. Otherwise, there's going to be a world of trouble for these lads. And right now, they are struggling a little bit. T2K, they have lost one, but it's not going to matter. They still do find the final finishes in Savage Esports. Well, they end up getting taken out early. But on to the next fight, Necro. Venom Legends, it looks like, well, JyanMaara is finally here, finally online. 2 eliminations secured, going for the third one. But the lad will be able to get away rough with a little bit quicker in the vehicle, will be able to finally escape, but he loses out on almost his entire team. I mean, 3 of the other 3 lads have been finished off.
JyanMaara, okay, they're actually showing up to the occasion now, and I personally love this. 3 eliminations already for themselves, and they're also going to find the final man. No, it's going to be Deadeyes Guys and put the final nail in the coffin for that Venom Legends team right there. But so far, JyanMaara, I love the pace that you guys are showing in the game, and keep it up. Hopefully, you guys are able to keep the momentum flow going. But the final game of the day, I feel like Stalwart Esports will need to try and bounce back right here. If they don't do so, then a lot of fingers are definitely going to be raised because they're making a late rotation now quite close to Farms. DRS is right next to him, not a team that you want to mess around with.
I mean, definitely, as you said, DRS is not one of those teams you want to mess around with. I mean, even though this first week has not really gone their way, there's always going to be the threat that the lads on an individual level are extremely, extremely skilled. So you would never want to take that risk, that possibility, no matter how small, that one individual will absolutely destroy you, costing 2 to 3 players from your side. So, I mean, it is a fight that you will have to be extremely careful of, but on the other side, JyanMaara, on the wrong side of things, they were doing so well in the previous fight, and now they find themselves with one of their lads being knocked out. I think they should be able to recover, though. Although on our screens right now are going to be the players from 7 Seas, and even though they have a squad right behind them, I don't believe they are aware of how this fight should be approached. So they are trying to see if they can clear the front lines first before they actually find some concrete covers and position themselves for the action.
Talk about finding concrete covers, though. Let me tell you what, JyanMaara doesn't have them.
Yeah.
One of the players already knocked out.
And now the struggle begins. The utility is being lobbed towards them by True Love.
Oh, man, and the opening's already found, right? So now JyanMaara, they're going to start to sweat a little bit. Because Deadeyes Guys, now they're pulling back. It seems like Deadeyes Guys, they have another plan on the board for themselves. Maybe they're just trying to flank around. I don't know what's going on right here, but I feel like flanking in this situation has to be one of the best things you can do. And look at this opening that was found, right? We did miss this fight between JyanMaara and Venom Legends, but a really nice setup from the side of JyanMaara right here. Snipe YT, of course, playing a big hand in that fight. And now Deadeyes Guys, they know JyanMaara on the high ground. You want to take things as cautious as possible. Level 3 backpack, wow.
Well, I mean, the shots are being exchanged right now between the 2 teams, but JyanMaara, they have backed off quite nicely. Even though it's a 3v4 situation, the numbers are against them, but still, just disengaging does give them the possibility of, well, regrouping, recuperating for the later stages of the game. We do have the second airdrop coming in with the Grozza in there. Can be a priority weapon in those close quarters combats. I mean, with the rate of fire, the DPS being absolutely impressive, can prove quite lethal for the opposition. But in the distance, when you are trying to fight those long-range battles, it can also be quite difficult to control the entirety of the spray if you're trying to go for it. I mean, there are going to be much better alternatives, which are going to be easier for the players to maneuver and manipulate. But look at this, Aku Jord getting caught off guard. Jiggle, he will try to go for the push once the entirety of Vibes is going to be present over here. Pressures from the backlines trying to see if he can keep them away, but that is not going to happen. And all of a sudden, Aku Jord finds himself outnumbered and surrounded from every single direction. Jiggle and Malik, they are prepared for the assault in this one. The utility is going to be lined up through the windows and tossed in, but Jiggle, you need to be careful. The UMP is there in his hands with the M4 as the secondary as well. It's going to be quite new to see what he will choose to go for the execution on Akujod, who is managing to survive, staying on the rooftop for so long. And it becomes a priority for him to stay on the high ground, because that way his teammates can provide a lot of suppressing fire, keep the lads of Vibes away from him. One after the other, the Molotov, the nades, they are throwing everything but the kitchen sink now.
Oh, man. Jiggle right there, as you said. It's quite close. And what just happened? Action blew himself up. That's quite questionable. But Stalwart Esports, they're still in a world of hurt for now. There's teams right around them. The circle's going to be centralized. And Pachinki is going to be right in the smack center. So Stalwart Esports, they found themselves a compound in Pachinki. And also, Akujad right here in this fight will be easily taken care of by Vibes. No sweat for them so far. An easy confirmation right there. 14 teams still alive with 52 players in total. As Vibes, they're going to keep on ripping them apart. As Ripson also goes down from the side of 7C. At 7C now, they'll need to try and stop this flood.
I mean, definitely. The floodgates have opened and now the teams come pouring in. We do have Mama God right now. Raw will have a little bit of a breathing room. Whatever they had, it has run out, and Godless and the rest of the lads from the side of IHC, they're going to be looking to engage against the players from the side of Raw. Kazi, he's on the top of houses, but it is going to be quite interesting to see because he also can get spotted out a little bit earlier on. Well, Joel on the other side focuses all his attention on Gyalzin, tries to take him out as he was trying to rotate through the open fields, but Skylightz Gaming, they do manage to get themselves to safety, to safe haven. Godless in the meanwhile, just using the third-person perspective from behind the ridges to see if he can collect some extra information on the players from the Raw squad. And while he does that, the rest of the lads from the side of IHC Esports, they're trying to position themselves around the map to see if they can disengage from this fight, because this position was at the edge of the circle. Now, the circle has taken a shift towards Pochinki, so priority changes. Now, the priority is get into Pochinki as early as possible or try and fight for control of the church at least. I think that is going to be a very important position in this game.
Talk about being the important position in the game, though. I feel like this circle is going to be shifting out the Pochinki, and it has to be in the outskirts. So teams, they better be ready with the vehicles to try and move in. Stalwart Esports, there is a 3-1 split, if you can see on the map. And Scry is already just inflicting a lot of damage in the front. One of the players from JyanMaara goes down. That's a big knockout right there. JyanMaara, it's going to be really hard for them to sustain or withstand the amount of damage that's being inflicted on top of them. 1952 right here. Not really that bad of a spot to be in, but still it's quite exposed. And there's still going to be a lot of paranoia that's going to be setting in with that.
Well, let's see. 1952. I mean, today they had kind of a decent, what we thought was a decent start earlier on, but then they went on to blunder in the map of Miramar, which was supposed to be quite important for them. But I mean, it has become a tricky situation for 1952 inside this lobby. I mean, even the fight for survival is looking very dire from their perspective. But on the other side, Stalwart Esports are back in action, trying to protect the first position on the overall rankings, have taken down 2 individuals from the side of JyanMaara, and I believe that leaves no fear as one of the last surviving players right now from the JyanMaara squad. Oh boy, I mean, the struggles that have not really gone their way. And again, it is not looking good. Oh, Seawine, he took a massive hit. The damage exchange right there, but no knocks.
Oh, that's a big punch right there, right on his head. Just to tap on the forehead. Look at the amount of confidence Stalwart Esports has in these final zones as well. The way they're playing, there's like a guy on the rooftop just jumping around like Spider-Man all across the board, and also not scared of taking those fights. He's challenging fights all across the board. And now Vibes 2 right here. They're showing themselves up in the kill feed. As ElementriX, they're going to pull up to this high ground right there. They don't really need to worry about teams in the front so far, because so far it seems like there's none of the teams in the front. As Seal, they have a 2-2 split. 2 players in the back with the high ground and 2 players in the front securing that compound, making sure if the circle does take a shift out in the open, there's going to be 2 players at least holding the high ground in the back and providing that cover fire, while the 2 players in the front are just going to book the ticket or book the slot in the zone. TDK right there in the front. 3 players are alive. A lot of smokes on the board to try and make sure that Deadeyes Guys, they don't get any visuals on them.
Well, let's see. Even if they don't get any visual, it will be quite interesting to see how they will be approaching the fights once they are headed in that direction. But look at Train to Kill. Oh, just running into a brutal crossfire with the lads from Deadeyes Guys. And Deadeyes Guys capitalizing quite nicely on this. Sandesh in the back lines, Frankie on the front, Vibes also getting destroyed, DE doing a phenomenal job securing extra points for the cost of absolutely nothing. And with that Train to Kill, they are also going to be out of the game. Now Deadeyes Guys, having secured 4 extra elimination points for themselves, will look to control this particular position inside the circle, which seems to be away from a lot of the action unless someone is trying to enter into the zone. Otherwise, majority of the teams are going to be fighting on the inner compounds of this Pochinki city, and Deadeyes Guys, I think they will have a lot of breathing room available, but in order to utilize that perfectly, what they have to do is just make sure don't engage in unnecessary fights.
Johnny, look at IT. They have the church control right there at the top. They're looking so great. Oh my god, they're already having a great day so far, and they might just pull off. They are on the verge of just pulling off back-to-back chicken dinners. Stalwart Esports, I feel like there's a little too big of a split this late in the game, but they need to try and get themselves back together. They need to try and reunite as another fight's breaking out. It's going to be between Vibes and Deadeyes Guys. As Deadeyes Guys, they've already taken down 2 players. 2 players silenced early off so far. Deadeyes Guys doing such a great job and stepping up themselves at the right time and at the right occasion. And a nice nade from the side of Frack Boys we did see was able to win, or was at least held to win that duel right there. Yeah. 1952 getting eliminated on 12th spot.
And quite a nice fight from Deadeyes Guys, just shutting down the assault before the team even had thought in their head of, all right, we'll get 1 knock and then we'll do this. Deadeyes Guys were like, how dare you think about that? We're not going to let the situation get to that point. On the other side, though, Stalwart Esports picking apart DRS 1 by 1. 2 players have been shut down. So DE and Stalwart Esports are quite close to each other in terms of how many elimination points they have. 6 each. Stalwart taking the lead with 7 eliminations as DRS. They are so close to the exit. Just 1 lad remained, and it's Delta. Top runs into the compound, goes for the pickup on the ammo. And now I think he hears the footstep. Stalwart Esports, they have him surrounded. And, well, even though he was inside the smoke, he was making a lot of footsteps. And the noise will just help the lads from Stalwart Esports secure the final finish. DRS out of the game so early.
Oh, man. Out the game now, out the equation too. Stalwart Esports, what a well-calculated push from their side. All the 4 players pushing at the same time. Did realize the man in the front, which was Top, who had a little bit of more threat lingering on top of his head. No fears right there in the front, though. Still something to worry about. This snake right here, all by himself, hiding in a little corner in the house. He might just strike in at the right time and just spoil the entire hopes and dreams of Stalwart Esports, and also mine, because I went with Stalwart Esports in this game. And so far, they're looking really great. 8 elimination points. They have something to prove in the final game. Oh, no.
I mean, there's just a slight bit of miscommunication. I don't even think they were talking about that. That was just something that just happens intuitively.
Oh, my God.
Oh, but this is going to be brutal. Demo from Seal Esports knocked out. IC goes to the shots on volley, but does not connect anything. Baron has been taken low, but IC is going to be required to prone down so that he can heal again before he re-engages into this fight. But look at the utility usage from Zeol, taking down 2 from the side of Seal Esports. And as we watch this fight, only 1 remains from the side of Seal. IC going for the push. Will Leo be able to handle this aggression? I don't think so. He's already so low. Gets finished off the final formality has been completed, and IHC, they secure those extra 4 eliminations, 5 in total, being secured by these players. And now I think they're going to look forward, have taken control of the church area. From there, it's all about controlling the pace. And bro, well, Assault is in a very tricky spot. I don't expect him to come out of that.
Look at action. He's being knocked out from the side of Stalwart Esports. Venom Esports right here in the front. The Pika's going to find a reply knock right there on the players of 7C. Big man taken care of. A huge threat neutralized as Venom Esports now. Raj right in the front. Top going to peek out. It's going to put the final nail in the coffin and the final man taken out from the side of 7C. Now Venom right there. They do know there's a little bit of threat right in the front. And a nice find through the grass. Even though he did not really have a lot of eyes on him, he was still able to shut him down. Venom Esports, they should be able to get the rest back up on the fallen man right there. But for Raw, it's going to be a little bit more tougher. Vibes getting eliminated. And then this game, they aren't really able to do that well compared to the past games, but still decent amount of points to rack up for themselves. Now, Venom Esports, they don't really have the best of positions to work with. Vexy's quite damaged. Another player's taking quite a lot of damage as well, as I see right here from the side of IHC. His ult's been taken out, but IHC also with the high ground, catching a lot of bullets. Cry, he's so lucky to be alive.
Yeah, I mean that has to be a superpower right there, just surviving the spray. A moment out of some Hollywood feature film right there, but still, let's see. There are going to be plenty more of those because the game is just about to end, ladies and gentlemen. 17 remains, 19 players alive, and as we move forward to the 25-minute marker, there are just too many bodies in this lobby remaining for this to be, well, a normal closing moment of the match. Look at the nade being tossed towards the players of Deadeyes Guys top. He wants to make sure that DE are eliminated early. Deadeyes Guys right now are the only team, along with Phantoms, that can cause a lot of trouble for Stalwart Esports and IHC, of course, but they will worry about IHC a little bit later towards the closing moments, since there is still some distance between the two squads. Stalwart Esports right now are going to be totally zoned in towards DE, and the nade being lobbed on the street will not be able to dish out as much damage as they think. They have to go for the gun battles, and finally starting to spray inside the smoke, but it's a little too late. Deadeyes Guys have managed to cross over, and now they are inside the circle again. A wonderful movement, wonderful coordination from the squad of DE. That was a very tricky rotation, even though it was just like crossing one little street. That they had to deal with a lot of pressure.
Oh, that they had to, for sure. Venom Esports right here, the entire squad of Deadeyes Guys right in the front. And they're just not able to find an opening against Deadeyes Guys. I mean, even though one of the players has been taken out, they still have all 4 players in the same compound. And now IHC, they're going to crash into Pachinki as well. A nice circle to end things off on a great note, actually. A Pachinki circle end, but look at the amount of control that Stalwart Esports have. Look at the amount of visual info that this team's playing around with. Gunner might just fall on top of flames, and yes, he does. What a Molotov from the side of action.
Well, that is going to be a very important opening for the lads of Stalwart Esports, and as action, he is in the zone now. 11 eliminations secured by Stalwart, and they are not looking to stop anytime soon, but 2 players have been taken down, and it was Pika's nade that destroyed the momentum for Stalwart. This is a massive blunder. It's a disaster for the team, and can Deadeyes Guys capitalize upon this? All they have to do is run out in unison, guns blazing, and they will have eliminated the strongest team in the lobby right now. But Deadeyes Guys, they are playing their strong hands. They are not trying to force the advantage on the weaknesses of others. They want to play with the priority that they have.
They're going to get the reset. They're going to get the reset. They actually do. They're back up on top, and now Stalwart Esports, if you do give another lifeline to any team, they're just going to have that emerging torch. They're going to have the fire in their hearts to try and conquer the entire map right here. The final zone in the area of Pachinki, one of the legendary moments out there, and one of the legendary endings out there, for sure, to try and end things off on the second day of week 1 of Super Weekend. And Stalwart Esports, they're looking to conquer right now because they're looking so good. Look at the amount of confidence this team's showing. They're taking a lot of damage for sure. Deadeyes Guys now, they're going to start to march on forward.
Yeah, I mean, they are trying to push forward, but Deadeyes Guys, can they beat Stalwart Esports? That's going to be an important question. Action, he has been taken down. 4 players standing tall from the side of DE. Raw on the other side, they're going to be forced out of the game. Top 4 remain, 14 players still surviving. Action, he has not yet gotten the revive on him, but Stalwart Esports, they're still looking to push forward. DE, they are not getting out of this house. They do not want to leave. There is no way you can drag them out of that particular compound. And while I think DE are just waiting for the action to progress, Phantom Esports, they got a little too restless, stepped in front of the lads from Stalwart, and well, they are getting destroyed now.
Yo, they are getting destroyed. I mean, I've heard about Spider-Man No Way Home, but this is Stalwart No Way Home right now. They're not able to find themselves a safe spot to try and hide in because they're just being flushed out. But Deadeyes Guys, they're not going to let them be that comfortable in these final moments. But Top is right on top of this house, and he might just turn things around for both these players and for his team. Oh, indeed. Oh, he's also just trying to jiggle around the smoke, but the zone is closing in. Top will now need to try and take things a little bit more slow. And hopefully he's not exposing his head too, because IHC right in the front, having all their players up. And now it's the fight between IHC versus Stalwart Esports. And IHC so far, they're really dominating. Action, the only man left alive. The man of the hour is not going to be able to clutch. He's taking a little bit too much damage. I called Stalwart Esports, but IHC with back-to-back chicken dinners too. I mean, both these teams did pretty good. You have to say, my predictions were okay.
I mean, the boys are back. The boys are back. The name might have changed, but IHC Esports, yeah, I mean, thousands of dollars are definitely coming their way, but I think this is the team that we were waiting for. This is the momentum that we were waiting for IHC Esports. And again, I never thought they were going to be able to win that final fight because they were basically outside in the blue and they had to push forward. But Stalwart Esports and Phantom getting a little too restless to take the fight against Deadeyes Guys. It is what resulted in IHC getting the advantage and in the end also getting the chicken dinner. But I absolutely love the approach that Deadeyes Guys had. All right, we have the control of the circle. Let's just now sit and wait and see what happens. And had they not done that, had they tried to force the fight a little bit earlier, then I mean, probably they would have been caught between Stalwart Esports and IHC, just like it happened with the other teams. Happened to T2K, happened to the lads of Phantom, as they also got caught between these two teams and they were stuck outside the blue, tried to push forward, couldn't do much, got eliminated very easily.
Talk about getting eliminated, though. Man, that was a great fight put up, even from the side of Stalwart. I mean, Deadeyes Guys, they had really good combat to play with, but unfortunately, the final zone just graces it with its presence to IHC, and they're just able to nail it straight up in the enemy's heads.
I mean, yeah, for sure. But we will break this game down in further detail, and also, ladies and gentlemen, have a look at the overall rankings, but after this very short break. Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro, ladies and gentlemen, which will be out in the market soon. So you better be prepared to grab yourselves the winner chicken dinner with the Oppo F21. This is one of Super Johnny John, joined by Necro alongside with me, and all 5 games of day number 2, Super Weekend 1, are done, ladies and gentlemen. We saw the Mongolian team struggle a little bit. Well, not just the Mongolian teams, basically the teams in the top 5 struggle when the day started, but it felt like towards the end of the day, they had also figured out what the other teams had prepared for there for against them today, and they were able to adapt. They were able to secure good points, and well, in the last few matches, it is IHC that have gone for the domination. Let's have a look at who the MVP of the previous match will be. And Necro, any guesses?
Oh, it has to be one of the players from IHC, without a doubt. Oh no, it's actually Stalwart Esports. Okay, I forgot. Okay, Stalwart Esports, they had a lot of confidence to show in that previous game because the way they were playing on top of the roofs of the houses, I mean, it makes sense why it is one of the players from Stalwart Esports, because in the end, I think so, even though IHC, they had the chance to play with, they had a lot of high ground to play with, they still were not really challenging a lot of fights because they realized they have the prime positioning in the current zone, so you don't really need to take risk.
I mean, definitely, as you mentioned, I mean, having the advantage in terms of positioning in those final few fights will definitely put you further ahead of the other teams. And if you play around that advantage, it becomes very easy for you to close out the matches. But if you have a look at the top players, look at where the player from ISC shows up. It's on the 5th spot. I mean, IHC Esports, as we talked about them during the game as well, I think they were struggling because of the fact that they had to play edge to edge to edge to edge. So up until those final few moments, they couldn't really aggressively be an active member of those squad fights that were happening. But as soon as it came down to the last few circles, I think that is when IHC really came into their own selves and started playing like they used to back in the days. On the other front, though, we do have 3 players from Stalwart Esports who show up. Scry on the 1st, Top on the 3rd, and Pika on the 4th. Top on the 2nd in terms of the top players. So the main man, the man who was surviving till the very end, Action is in fact missing from this list.
Oh, man. It's okay, though. You know, Action, honestly, I feel like the previous game was pretty miserable on him. He wasn't really able to get a lot done because he was getting knocked out over and over again. Unfortunate sometimes. Luck can be pretty against you. But as you can see, a head-to-head stats comparison between Stalwart Esports and IST, both these teams did really well. But look at the difference in the damage dealt right there. 3,481. Then you have 2,277 damage dealt from the side of IST. I mean, the difference itself says everything.
Well, yeah, the difference says it all. I mean, talks a lot about the sort of play styles the teams had to resort to within the match. But looking at the match summary now, the highest elimination goes to No Fear, being able to secure 5 eliminations, although he is tied up with Scry right there. I believe he had dished out a little bit more damage. Top on the other side with the highest damage, 1,198 being dished out by him. All right, so No Fear had fewer damage than Scry, but still is there. I mean, it's just a tie between the two lads, so I think nothing given, nothing taken away right there. True Love and Pika on the 3rd and the 4th. Godless with the highest assist. Not really a spot we're used to seeing him in, but hey, it's okay. I mean, the man has evolved quite a lot. He has taken a more responsible role within the lineup, I believe now, and it's going to be quite important to see what I think the entirety of IHC can accomplish, because now, even though in the previous season we always saw them sort of rely on the gun skills, on the firepower the entire time, this is the first time I think we have seen IHC Esports play on the tactical front the entire duration. I mean, we have gone through 10 matches, and in all those 10 matches, IHC Esports, they are prioritizing their positions. They are not unnecessarily forcing those 4v4s like we used to see them in the previous season.
Dude, I mean, previous season, yeah, I mean, I'd see the way they're playing right now, it's reminding me of how they used to be in Season 3, and I'm personally loving the vibe right now from the side of IHC. Back-to-back domination. Today has to be the IHC day. We cannot even call it a Mongolian day at this point, because it's just this team single-handedly carrying the entire just baggage right there and carrying the entire region for success. In IHC so far, it has been their domination. It has been the IHC domination. $3,000 secured in their bags in day 1. That's huge. But let's take a look at the zone analysis, Johnny.
Exactly. Let's have a look at the zone analysis, ladies and gentlemen, and see exactly how did IHC manage to secure this chicken dinner, because we know they like to land towards the Georgopol city, and from there on out, the journey to Pochinki, it was never going to be an easy one. I mean, look at the cluster of teams that are going to be waiting for them from Ruins to the Pochinki area, and IHC, they played this so slow. While everyone is already on the position surrounding Pochinki, IHC, they are all the way towards Everest. And I think this is the reason why they were so well, so healthy when they made it to the late game stages, because they weren't really taking those unnecessary fights in the early stages. And this is the moment this became their game. The circle shift gave them the priority. They had the church area, the church towards the northwest of Pochinki in their control. And with that high ground advantage, and knowing that the teams that are in the compounds in the actual city of Pochinki will be quite busy fighting amongst themselves, IHC, all they had to do is just wait. If the circle moved to the city, then they were in trouble. They will have to force a fight. But if the circle just stayed on the slope or quite close to the church, IHC, they could have secured this game quite easily. And that is exactly what happened. And, well, we know the result.
Exactly. I mean, we definitely know the result and what they pulled off today. But honestly, if IHC, they just keep on playing the way they are, I am pretty sure I'm going to have all my hopes lined up for this team. But let's take a look at the Oppo F19 or Oppo moments, and let's find out how things really did look like, because it's the F21 Pro now. It's not F19 anymore. It's the F21 Pro now. And as you guys can see, kicked things off really well. It was Seal who found the opening on the players of Skylightz Gaming.
Well, I mean, it was quite an interesting start to the game, but I think even with the way the circle was laid out, this was quite similar to how the first game went. But the teams were a little bit too keen on just staying out in the open, not really realizing that, all right, mid-rotations, bad stuff can happen. And I think that is why majority of them did, in fact, get punished for that. JyanMaara, I don't know what is going wrong for them. They played so well at this match. They were off to a decent start, but still failing to make it to the late game stages.
Oh man, late game stages indeed. And then you have Stalwart Esports right here. Really risky rotation now is being made out in the open. TDK2 in the front, they were taking a lot of damage. And then the final zones, I would say, a city circle is always an utter chaos. Like, it's just fights going all across the board.
Yeah, as you mentioned, I mean, fights all across the board. And especially, I think, with how the final few moments went out, I think it was bound to be a match filled with madness, and that is how the game came to an end. This time around, though, I think this was quite interesting how Raw, I mean, even with just a few players remaining, still managed to survive to the late game stages, made to the top 5, in fact, and, well, no reactions on the lads of IHC, because they are not #1 in the overall rankings. They are still on the 2nd, and I guess, look at that, Stalwart Esports. What were they doing? 3481 damage for the team that likes to move in from Novorapnoi.
I mean, they did go to Novorapnoi quite late too, so inside the zone 2, they were quite late to enter in and still able to do so well. They found themselves a sweet footing in the land of Pochinki, and then they were just able to inflict heavy amount of damage on the teams in the front. Deadeyes Guys still not really far behind though. 1996 actually damage inflicted from their side, with 7 elimination points racked up. IT, of course, the domination so far has been on point. Now the only thing they're focusing on is that money.
Well, let's see. I mean, as you said, I mean, the focus can be on money, but you need to make sure that while your focus is on money, you don't get distracted by it too much and, well, miss out on basically what you are aiming for. Because we have seen the teams that do end up overthinking every single decision that they make, and it sort of results in them just making one blunder after the other. All right, so we do have the overall rankings in front of us, and the difference is not that big between Stalwart Esports and IHC. Just 12 points separating the two teams. So it's quite nice that Stalwart Esports, even though the sort of climb from where they were yesterday till now has not been very massive, I'm just happy with the fact that they have maintained the first position.
Oh my god, all the way in the 2nd spot. Look at IHC. You talk about comebacks in IHC, they've made that happen on day 2. I mean, day 1, quite a lot of fingers were raised against them, but now in day 2, it's like all of them has to go down with the performance that they've shown. Phenomenal. Now pretty much tying up with Stalwart Esports when it comes to the chicken dinner account. But if you look at placement points, still Stalwart Esports going to be on the top a little bit. And then, of course, elimination points are going to be a bit more. But I'd see the step up this team showed today. Phenomenal.
Well, it is quite phenomenal, and I think we're just getting started. This is just the first week, and there will be a lot of more opportunity for these teams in the future. In fact, there is tomorrow's 5 matches as well. So, I mean, for tomorrow, I would love to see ElementriX, Savage 1952, and JyanMaara step up their game, because it is high time these teams do that. ElementriX and Savage Esports still in a much better position than 1952 and JyanMaara. They are just getting left far behind the rest of the competition, and if they do not pick up the pace, then the question then becomes they have to re-qualify next week, the week after that, just so the other teams, A1 Esports, High Voltage, Diastrix, DRZ, miss out on those weeks, and well, they just barely make it to the finals. But barely crossing the line is not going to be enough. You have to go there with a strong momentum. And again, I think JyanMaara just running into those fights, guns blazing in the early stages, is not something you want to do, especially out of the open. 1952, same thing. We saw the blunders that they've done. So it's going to be time for them to reassess and then come prepared tomorrow. But look at this, IHC Esports. The stats for the day in front of us, ICN Zeol doing a phenomenal job, dishing out a lot of damage and securing a lot of those eliminations as well. Godless, look at him with the highest damage numbers and not the highest eliminations.
I mean, it's like the frags are equally distributed on all the sides. It's like every single player from this squad was fragging out. But I also want to talk a little bit more on the fact that the teams in the bottom, right? I mean, DRS, I mean, in the past, this banner was represented by a complete different roster that currently is playing under the name of Skylightz Gaming. But now DRS is just so weird to see them on the latter half of the board, pretty much in the bottom 4 teams, right? It's just not something that I'm really accustomed to.
Well, I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see where does the team end up, because, I mean, we're not used to seeing them struggle this much, but I think it's still the early stages of the tournament. It's just the first week, day number 2 of the Super Weekend, and I think as we move further, I think we'll have to wait for the second week for them to actually show their true form. But elimination leaders, and well, Action, he has a lead now. He has an advantage, a 5 elimination advantage against Demo from Seal Esports. Galzin, it looks like he has dropped from the second to the third spot.
Exactly, and elimination leaders, yeah, of course. Demo's right there too. Has to be. He was doing such a great job. And then you have to see Galzin too right there on his side. And then these are the top 10, right? So of course, Vibes has to be there somewhere down the line. I mean, Vibes, I gotta say, Vibes has to be the most consistent team in this entire PMPL so far. They're not really getting that limelight, that spotlight, that stylish or heroic plays, but they're still able to maintain that top place for themselves. And I want to see Vibes also secure a lot of money for themselves with those chicken dinners. But take a look at Alex with 30 elimination points. This has to be one of the best rookies out there in the world.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, talk about it, an impressive debut, Necro. As you said, I think one of the best rookies in the world, one of the best debuts that we have seen in a while. I mean, the last time we saw a performance like this, I remember it was 2020, and the man that was playing was Godless. So it is definitely a legacy that even Alex has to live up to, especially straight up joining a lineup like IHC. I mean, that requires a lot. Sometimes when new players are part of lineups with legacy as massive as IHC right now, I think you tend to take a lot of mental pressure, and that impacts your performance. But kudos to the rest of the players as well, that they have sort of evolved. And inside of the game, I think you will agree with me on this, but that we notice there are times when IHC is forcefully making plays around Alex instead of making plays around IC or Godless. And I think that adaptation within the team has been quite wonderful to watch. But as we look at the day summary, IHC Esports, it might not have been a hat trick, but they have once again on day number 2, ladies and gentlemen, kept the Mongolian Titans domination going as well. IHC Esports also secure 3 chicken dinners in the same day.
I mean, ElementriX, thank God, at least they get themselves first game, kick things off pretty well. Wanted to see ElementriX on the steps of success, and so far they're able to replicate exactly what I wanted. But again, just with that one chicken dinner, you can't just settle back. You need to have a consistent performance throughout the Super Weekend to try and prove yourself, because of course Super Weekend matters the most compared to league play, because league play, all you need to do is just qualify in the top 16. And so far, teams in the latter half of the board, they're definitely showing a lot of struggle. Now, me and Ocean, We had this little conversation between us that maybe, hey, A1 Esports, there's still quite a lot of those 4 teams sitting in the back. And when they're going to be coming back in week 2, they're just going to have that little fire emerging in their hearts that, hey, we want to be there on the top 2. We have taken down a lot of notes. We have tried to overcome all the problems in the team that was happening.
I mean, A1 Esports is always going to be an interesting team to discuss because, I mean, even though when you see them in the game, you start to wonder, all right, what is this team doing? Why are they like being so passive? Why are they just disengaging from every single fight? You start to notice that their vision sort of stays focused on the bigger picture because A1 Esports, they are slow climbers, extremely slow. But at the end of the day, their sort of process works. I mean, one after the other, they have managed to qualify for every single big international tournament, like majority of the big international tournaments that have happened so far. And this sort of brings me back to season 2 of the PMPL South Asia that happened, where A1 Esports were in a similar position, and with their backs against the walls, that is when they showed us their true colors, slowly and steadily, consistently performing. Not again, no flashy plays, but through consistency, they brought themselves, made it to the grand final. So I think again, that is something that I expect from A1 Esports. But maybe tomorrow it's going to be a different day for them. What do you think?
Exactly. Tomorrow might just be a different day for them, but only we'll be able to find that tomorrow, right? We can't really find that out to now because, of course, we're not the astrologists right here.
Yeah.
Can't predict the future. It seems like, Johnny, though, that's going to be it from our side. It's maybe time to close the show now.
Exactly. And you know how we do that, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for tuning in. This is Super Johnny. That is Necro. And yeah, I found some as well, Necro. So yeah.
You took the glasses, man. I was searching. Oh, actually, wait. No, they're right here. I got them.
All right, yeah, you try to wear them on top of your normal specs. You guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Until tomorrow, take care. Good night. Sayonara. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Go.